Greetings, welcome to the Strangernet. My name is Dochel. I am, have been, and always will be your very own stranger, and my music is off, which I should probably fix. Hello, Valence, how are you? So I have been informed that this is actually really fucking good, which I can only imagine where the fuck this is going. You can tell it's been a bit since I played this game because I forgot to turn my music back on before I started the stream. So let's do that.
마법소녀께서는 이제부터가 본격적인 정의 집행의 시작일 테니까 직원으로서 도와하지 않게는.
I'm not sure if I appreciate the Esquire. Blah blah blah. Shut up. I'm just gonna put one in here. So, spring cultivation. Sure. The family Heirarch's proof. The hall was chill with a tense air. Oh my god, please tell me I don't have to voice act them. And those present all sat in complete silence. Then there was Jia Wanchun, with her lips slightly curled into a mirthless sneer. And at the center of it all sat Jia Zichun, unsure of what to say next. Well, everyone? Jia Wanchun, seated next to the Heirarch seat upon which Zichun sat, smoothly takes control of the situation and begins the assembly. Honored heads of houses, I don't know what her voice is anymore, lords of each family, their proxies, members, and... She nods lightly, acknowledging our awkward presence. And little Zichun's guests, who stay here at our H-Corp, seems to be extending without a foreseeable end. Hello, Lucif. Isn't she technically from Q-Corp? What's up with her acting like she's any less of an outsider than we are? Yeah, and did everyone catch that? Our H-Corp? Regardless of everything else, the fact that she hijacked the meeting from the get-go is ridiculous, especially with Jia Zichun, the family hierarch herself, presiding over this official assembly. Clearly, she is using the pretense of assisting the hierarch to assert her own dominance over these proceedings. As we are all aware, venerable former Jiamu has always discussed with and confided in me about the matters of the greatest import, the momentousness of which steers the very course of H-Corp's prospect. Even after I departed for the family for Q-Corp, venerable former Jiamu has always written missives to confer such matters to me. Oh, so she fucking sends state secrets over the mail. That's, unideal. Something about it smelled suspicious, but we'd already missed the window to challenge her to present us with proof without breaking decorum. Thus, as it naturally follows that I would be the inheritor of the venerable Jiamu's will, I shall be presiding over this regular assembly, which we convene now to discuss and determine the future of H-Corp. Yes, Aubergine Man, unideal. Why did I just call you Aubergine Man? What a grandiose and self-important introduction. It seemed clear to me that she considered herself to be the main character of the scene or something. Your grace certainly befits your station, Lady Wanchun. We are all impressed by your utmost dedication to the citizenry of Hanyuan, despite your already saturated schedule. We can hardly thank you enough for your magnanimity, Lady Wanju. Ah, my parents. A true shame they couldn't be here. Have always sung praises of your expertise, Lady Wanju. How many fucking simps did she get in here? Also, please tell me he's here. Responses from the participants are just as protracted, only obsequious instead of adamant. As heads of some of these houses were under investigation for consorting with the forces foreign to Hanyuan, their vacuum was filled by their children's generation, many of whom we had the pleasure of meeting through their family Heirarch. Very well, then shall we welcome Jia Zichun, the next person to sit upon the seat of Hanyuan's family Heirarch. Greetings, I am... Now let us begin. For many years, all those who have gathered here have toiled day and night for eternal prosperity and growth, for the eternal prosperity and growth of Heirarch. Jia Zichun's expression immediately sours as Wanchun unceremoniously cuts off her self-introduction. First on the agenda for this assembly are urgent discussions and passage of new major policy items that have been tabled for far too long. Distributive contribution rights auctioning policy, quarterly amnesty policy... hold on, Big Sister Wanchun! Passing the distributive contribution rights auctioning policy would allow the open auction of any remaining rooms the day before pre-construction rank. And the quarterly amnesty wouldn't do anything but give unfair advantages to certain families and high net worth individuals by guaranteeing them large real estate assignments regardless of their performance in the previous quarter. Jia Zichun stutters a little, flustered before continuing. My point is, these policies are going to rattle H-Corp's economy the moment they go into effect. Besides, these policies were pretty much drawn to favor lining the pockets of a select few families and hierarchical officials of H-Corp. If I may, Venerable Heirarch, lining the pockets, that is quite an odd turn of phrase to refer to the bare minimum of respect a society might repay to its highest contributing members, don't you think? Oh, before we continue, Zichun, I'm not entirely certain if you are aware, but ever since the ascension of the new family Heirarch, the perceived value of Hanyuan has been racing to the, for lack of a better word, rock bottom. Clearly, this demonstrates Hanyuan's concern and its lack of faith in the newly appointed family Heirarch. Therefore, it naturally follows that our most urgent task at hand is to put a stop to this value and reputation freefall and restore prosperity and greatness to Hanyuan once again. Yeah, okay, and that's the family Heirarch's job, right? Why are you... If you had produced H-Corp's Articles of Association, you would have known that, should H-Corp be seen to be in a state of crisis, 4 great houses and the board of directors' voice may also carry de facto power in the assembly. And the board of directors, that's us, has determined that we are now in a state of crisis. State of crisis? What crisis? Everything that led to my ascension to the family Heirarch was legitimate, down to the final approval. These unseemly rumors and slanders are tanking our value, which we have built up assiduously through years and years of toil. So what is this, if not a state of crisis? And who wouldn't have the new family Heirarch's qualities when this decline has coincided precisely with her ascension? Okay. Bullshit! Jia Wanchun was somehow turning the room against Zichun without presenting a single shred of evidence, portraying her as some burdensome Heirarch who was single-handedly tanking H-Corp's value. I feel like you could easily interject here by saying this would make more sense if it had happened immediately after, not coinciding. No one in the assembly, not a single representative from any families present stepped up to point out how Jiao Zichun's swift actions were what finally repelled the outside forces that had marched right up to Hung Yuan's front yard. Or how she deftly maneuvered her forces to quell the embers of war by quickly taking control of the chaos within Hung Yuan. She hadn't shown any glaring signs of incompetence since her ascension, despite her relative experience, but everyone in Hung Yuan's board of directors, the heads of each family, averted their eyes as though all of that had somehow, inconceivably, slipped their minds. So you take yourself to be a qualified individual for that responsibility, Zichun? Very well, then proceed. We're all waiting for you to begin your briefing before the assembly regarding the last 30 years' quarterly net revenue records for Hung Yuan's singularity-related business, your calculations on the next year's fiscal debt forecast, and the exact recipe and variation numbers for the boluses that have been registered in the last 5 years. That's, The Venerable Heirarch has not received that data prior to the meeting. You must all be aware of the chaos that followed the ascension. We are still indexing all available materials too. Isn't that funny? Not once in the history of Hung Yuan has a family hierarch ever failed to provide immediate and detailed answers regarding Hung Yuan's historical statistics. Ha! I want to interject, but I know that she's talking bullshit. Xiao Wanchun must have known all along, too. She must have known how the previous family hierarchs were all directly supplied with an immense repository of information through the Jiahuang, how do you say this? Jiahang worm or something of the equivalent. And she's using it to target Zichun's weakness. Knowingly asking questions she, the first family hierarch without the Ananda role, couldn't possibly answer. The responsibilities tied to the venerable seat of the hierarch, Jiamu, are matched only by the great power bestowed upon it. Thus, how are we to leave the matters of the ring to someone who is, so evidently, unprepared for the task? Given the present circumstances, our hands may be forced to call to vote the motion of no confidence. Motion of no confidence. The motion of no confidence, when passed by the high-ranking political officials, can result in the removal of the chief executive from office. So they're going after Zichun's power. So this is the picture Jia Wanchun wanted to paint. Impotent family hierarch stammering and stumbling through a first meeting to the total and near unanimous lack of support from the H Court Board of Directors. Whatever jargon they're on, whatever jargon they're... Cardman, fuck off. Whatever jargon they're on about, that's not Heathcliff at all. Whatever jargon they're on about, seems to me they've got none an ounce of respect for the last or us. Never trust twats overly obsessed with numbers and optimizations. They'll be the first ones who kick you out the moment they no longer see you as useful. You're not the only one who's pissed off, so can you please stop shaking your leg for a second? Don't need to make our frustration any more obvious, you know. My arse would have left the chair long ago if it weren't for this, lass. In H Corp, should the board of directors unanimously vote in favor of the motion, certain parts of the family hierarch's power will be removed. It is entirely possible that she will become a hierarch in name only. Oh, so they're threatening to fire her unless she falls in line. This is some needlessly convoluted way to... The assembly will now consider the motion of no confidence. Are there any objections to bringing the motion of no confidence against family hierarch Jiao Zichun to the floor? Hold on! The vote of no confidence isn't an item you can invoke so lightly! The Shi family has no objections. Let's say the Wang family has no objections either. I'm pretty sure that's Wang, not Wang, but... Shui family too. The rest of the previous family heads seems to have changed precisely nothing. Those in power wore more youthful faces, but their tongues still carried the same old resistance to change. The new family heads were just as uncooperative as ever, and everyone seemed to be solely interested in staying in Jia Wanchun's good graces. New faces, same old. And needless to say, Heathcliff wasn't the only sinner fuming with rage. "'Tis far too vexing to simply watch and do naught." Right? I knew you wouldn't let that slide, Don Quixote. You're walking all over Zichun like she's not even here. Forsooth, we cannot let such injustice transpire unabated. Hey, seems like we're both on the same page. That's it. I'm not going to hesitate to make myself heard again. This time, I want to be courageous with your help, Don Quixote. But what is happening between these two? Come on, let's do this together, okay? Very well, I am in agreement. Yeah, then let's go on free at the same time. Oh boy. Oh boy, what? This can only end in disaster. If there are no objections, 1, 2, the Assembly will put this resolution to vote in a month and... 3! Here, objection! Bloody hell! Oi, have you gone mental? Sinclair stood tall at the center of the entire room's undivided astonishment. Alone. What the fuck is Dawn doing? Eh? Don Quixote, still firmly in her seat, gazed upon Sinclair's proud stand and rubbed her nose. Young Sinclair, thou hast evolved indeed. What an unmitigated pursuer of justice thou hast become, with such unrelenting fervor and utter disregard for decorum. What is happening? Sancho? Why? Certainly, my efforts have finally borne fruit. What the hell? Did Don Quixote or Heathcliff suddenly rub off on you or something? No, wait. No! What happened there, Don Quixote? We were going to... What happened to objecting together? Huh? I had taken thy suggestion to mean that we must voice our dissatisfaction through the official channels, borrowing the titles of the illustrious Red Gaze and the Department of LCC? Disputes and succession of power on such a high level of government are hardly ever resolved with Raj Grandstand. Wouldst thou not agree? How is she learning? I know Sancho's under there now, but what the fuck? See, I saw the trailer. I knew he was gonna do that. I didn't know that Don would just leave him out. What the fuck happened? Why are you normal all of a sudden? Lad, what just happened? What happened to the clammy meat boy? Well, that's... I guess I just assumed this is how Limbus Company rolls now. There seems to have been an unexpected outburst from Zichun's guests. Withdraw your objection and we will consider this a momentary loss of control and not enter it as an official statement. Sinclair's eyes were shaking like someone with his life on the line. If not, I take it that you have full confidence in her ability. So please, I encourage you to elaborate. When and how will Zichun demonstrate her aptitude for the responsibilities of the family Heirarch? His voice continues to shrivel into a corner. He can't, and how could anyone? How could anyone when we all had a very clear view of her path to ascension? During the family Heirarch evaluation, Jia Baoyu donated the coins he received from Jia Qiu to you. Essentially, you pity-partied your way to victory. Pity-partied? Yeah, I mean... And for your ascension, Jia Qiu and those outsiders from an upstart company had to almost literally carry you to the seat. Has there even been a single victory attained by your own hands in that entire process? Ah, but have we not all been witness to the qualities she exhibited during the family Heirarch evaluation and her own ascension? You must have no shame, snaking your forked tongue in the audience of both heaven and earth like an unwitting buffoon. That's when quiet, even footsteps broke through Jia Wanchun's merciless dismantling of Jazzy Jun. Yet I see the... Oh, it's her. Yet I see the point. The Heirarch, with her grace, needs only demonstrate her already established qualifications before all. This is no place for an outsider to speak, but proceed. Just how will she prove herself before? What an odd statement coming from a fellow outsider who has been chattering for minutes on end. Forgive me, I could only presume your verbosity that the right to speak in this forum was open to all outsiders. Damn! Get her, girl! You have said it yourself, no? That the vote on the no confidence resolution will proceed in a month. That seems to give the venerable Heirarch a month to regain the trust of each family. What? What? It is rather clear to me that there are many who find their own defeat in the family Heirarch war difficult to accept. Such a doubt is easily resolved. A match between clans should lay out the results quite obviously. Very well, a fair challenge between clans, which would preclude the participation of the family Heirarch's Asia Pact and the Jialan Guards. So you would remove her Pao and Ju before the game even begins? Why not make this test a series of sparring matches in both academia and martial arts, if such is the case? Ha! What audacity! Do you truly have that much faith in Jiazi Jun's abilities? You must know the consequences of failing these matches, no? It would be a unanimous, one-sided end to the vote of no confidence, and naturally, any and all rights pertaining to the family Heirarch shall be transferred to the board of directors. That is fine by us. You are free to choose any champion whom you see fit. Unfortunately, your underlings don't seem to share your inflated confidence. But in the midst of the confused, flabbergasted silence from the other sitters, a clear, carefree, yet defiant voice rings out. Hong loosely, Bolton. That's not true at all, big sister Yuanchun. We actually have just as much confidence in Zichun as she does. His wide eyes stare directly and unblinkingly into Jia Wanchun's. It occurs to me that this might be his way of expressing anger. Impudent child! How dare he stare me down like that? Then you are welcome to try. 1 month. You have but 1 month to prove before all in audience that she is indeed fit to be finally hired. Should you fail, the vote may as well be a mere formality. In other words, should she successfully prove herself, none of you shall again rightfully challenge the independent rights and powers bestowed upon the family Heirarch. The consequences of such recalcitrance will be no different from those that the traitors are facing. Wouldn't you agree? Well, then, we will excuse ourselves then. But wait, I'm... Zigong turns around towards us with that same mysterious smile and slowly directs us outside the assembly. We may call them sparring matches, but you must know that each and every one of them is a test to prove your claim to the seat of the family Heirarch. A month is a time far too brief for drastic improvement, regardless of for whom it may be. Learning from a proper master for 10 months straight might teach you a few things, but who knows how long the search for one such master might take. Not to mention the official channels through which you must bring the past Akawan's walls, which may take up to 2 months. Why not relent now and relinquish but a part of your family powers as the family Heirarch to your board of directors? It seems that this fellow outsider's mental faculties are impressively lacking. My lord has spoken in the past that, when in the presence of 3 people, at least one of them is bound to be a teacher of mine. And here they are, aren't they? Jia Zichun's master, each carrying something new to teach. All 13 of them. Wait, are they actually going to include Dante? Zigong gestured confidently towards the flabbergasted citizens, and the assembly came to an end. Because what the fuck is Dante going to do? Sign language? And now it's 12. We lost one on the way there. Hang on, I need a drink. I would like to apologize to the cast of voice actors for my, performance. Teachers. We were planning to train Jiage in June anyway, but it seems that we are now under an unexpected deadline. Hey, when you said the LCB was going to help me out, did you guys mean that you were going to publicly humiliate the crap out of me at the assembly? Of course not, Sichun. Big Sister Juan Chun's an old snake. You've just given her 30 days to set the perfect stage for my downfall, to prove to the world once and for all that I'm not qualified at all to be the family Heirarch. But Sichun, weren't you always so good at humbling anyone who dared underestimate you? Not so much anymore. Back then, like an idiot, I thought I just had to hold on with everything I had. I thought that's all I ever had to do. But now, things are different. It's true that I'm vastly underqualified to be the family Heirarch, and she's right. I'm pretty much locked into this position. Zichun, don't tell me that woman's bullshit actually got to you. Well, she wasn't completely wrong, right? I'm just some kid who happened to be just good enough to survive some traps and ambushes. I'm afraid that the responsibility of a family Heirarch might be too much. Her self-confidence has significantly decreased compared to the observation from our previous interaction. The heck, Sichun! I don't remember you being this kind of character. What happened to the girl who looked down on us the moment we met? You even had the audacity to pretend not to know who we were, didn't you? Where did all that confidence go, girl? That actually got under her skin back then, huh? So, Zichun, what do you want to do? Are you sure you're okay with this? Are you okay with letting this happen? If I let it happen, Big Sister Wanchun's going to continue expanding her influence here. I'm sure she and the board of directors have been cozying up to each other for a long time. Is the implication that her testaments on her influence were true? Yep, it's sure. Before she left for Q-Corp, Big Sister Wanchun always used to accompany Jiamu to these assemblies. If we just let them hold a vote for confidence, they're going to unanimously vote against me and slowly reduce family Heirarch's scope of power. And who knows, they might even call for a re-evaluation, however unlikely that sounds. Besides, Big Sister Wanchun, I think her definition of Hong Yuan's prosperity might be different than mine. What she's looking for isn't H-Corp's prosperity, it's Zachman Yuan's. And I know that this is all something to... And I know this all has something to do with its ties to Q-Corp, which I bet has already been going on for a while just under my radar. I'm sure they've already had plenty of talks behind my back. Which is not the kind of vision you have for Hong Yuan's future, right? And that's why you spoke up against her? My vision for Hong Yuan is... I want to change H-Corp to be the kind of place where people can live without fear. I just never imagined I'd have to prove myself like this. And in only 30 days? Even then, your vision hasn't changed, right? It hasn't. Great! So it's decided then, huh? We just need Foud to deliver the bad news to Saw. So, to summarize, the responsibility of the training Zichun to win these matches, these amorphous tests, upon which hinges family Heirarch's fate,
and almost every facet of which is entirely under Wanchun's control, by the way, and is probably a trap within the next 30 days, is ours. And we have to explain that to Saul. Wow, that sounds like a lot of work when you put it like that. Post-mortem reports have become quite rote. Sometime later, that must impress upon the illustrious Redgaze that wasn't my idea this time. Sinclair stares blankly at Don Quixote as she made her desperate plea towards Saul. Yes, and I understand that as well. For the 8th time, as always, Saul was wearing the same refreshingly incomprehensible smile. The kind of smile that makes people increasingly anxious the longer it lasts. Well, that gives us about 30 days, during which those sparring matches, tests, whatever, will be happening as well. Great, now let's give it our best. Sinclair mutters in a near whisper, clearly feeling responsible for what happened. Yes, I understand. I never should have stepped out of line like that, but something just... Yeah, so let's give it our best. I totally agree. We messed everything up again, and... What? What? Limbus Company was always going to remain here and assist Miss Jazzy June acclimatizing herself to the responsibilities of the family Heirarch. It was always a part of our plan. Well, I sure am glad that I took Faust's advice about how meticulous planning is completely pointless when it comes to LCB's missions. I never would have had to submit 9 separate disciplinary incident reports back during the J-Corp incident had I known. I believe I should be able to explain this further. Prior to his departure, my lord was concerned that such a thing would come to pass. That is why he has left Zilu and I here to look after the new family Heirarch's position, which must still be on rather thin ice. Oh, so that's what they were privately talking about when he pulled them aside. Doing nothing and allowing her wicked machinations to progress would have irrevocably made the entire board of directors not but putty in Wanchun's hands. And that would have led that snake to de facto assume the seat of the family Heirarch. Against such an insidious foe who wields intrigue as her weapon, the most viable strategy is the most direct one, to challenge her head-on. Besides, has this not given you the excuse you needed to prolong your company stay in Dagwan 1? This is also a prime opportunity for Jazzy June to further solidify her influence here, depending on the outcome of the vote of no confidence. They have played right into our hands by accepting this deal. So, I don't want to rain on everyone's parade, but are we not even going to consider what might happen if we fail? No, we are not, because you will not fail, not with us aiding your efforts. Also, were you serious back there when you said that we were all going to teach Shazijun? All 12 of us? I won't object to selecting only a few of us with better aptitude to be educators. Ah, by the way, we already have an established internal hierarchy based on the sum of each of our abilities. Of course, the results weren't entirely to my satisfaction due to an unexpected incident. Otis, no we don't. That internal hierarchy was based on pre-contract strength, not current strength. Miss Otis, that is a statement mired in narrowed vision rife with factual refractions. I am of the stance that the qualities of a good teacher are defined not by such statistics. So, you must be the one who placed last in that scale. Nice, Sigong. Nice. Just don't say anything, bud. Best not to stand out like a store thumb. I may have overreacted with that. My lord has said that from the virtuous we may learn to replicate their merits, from the flawed we may learn to avoid their failings. As long as a student is willing to learn, anyone, anything can be a teacher. Knowledge. I'm almost certain that it was a measure of pre-contract strength, but I'm not gonna go look it up. And the contract has made them all equally mediocre.
Also, something I sometimes like to say, knowledge, wisdom, and happiness have no preferred source and no preferred destination. It's nice to see that reflected here. I also, to embrace this teaching, seek from all those who we come across, just what in the heavens are you doing? Aha! I am preparing a lesson plan for young Zichun, our family Heirarch. Wow, you sure done that fast. So what are these yellow wormy things here? Aha! 'Tis a star, twinkling in its radiance. According to the schedule you have prepared, the student would have -3 hours available for sleep. This lesson's plan's execution will require cooperation from Tico. Thank you, Merso.
Yeah, would be a mistake most fatal indeed. I shall correct it post haste.
Zigong was staring at Don Quixote's expression of her wild artistic merit upon the curriculum with her usual crescent moon eyes. Wait, is that supposed to be Zigong's grimace? Of course, each to their own, I suppose. I need not be shaken by every little thing until we have their actual lesson plans. Hey, thanks for putting your faith in us, Zigong. We barely have any of that to go around ourselves, so I understand it couldn't have been easy. You could say that I have learned my lesson. The recent events have taught me that the path of learning is truly one without end. Another student. Oh right, because Sinclair. I see that you have all individually worked on your lesson plans as per Zigong's request. I have received a total of 12 lesson plans. Hold on, shouldn't there be 13 of them? Even the executive manager has decided to spare their precious time to teach a class. Yeah, I handed in my lesson plan too. That is because... so who didn't do their homework? After a brief silence, everyone turned around and looked at one of the sinners. It ain't me! Oh please, at least try to make a compelling argument. Who else other than you could it possibly... It's me. You, Sink? You've been acting out of character a lot recently. What's going on? Well, that's, Sinclair was drenched in sweat for something. Actually, in Sinclair's seat was a large stack of papers, each filled to the brim with writing. Sinclair, are these papers? I'm done. Sorry, I got too into making a lesson plan and just couldn't stop myself from writing. Sinclair couldn't have appeared more proud as he placed that big bundle of sweat-soaked papers in Zio's hand. And she receives it with mild trepidation. You have seemed to have dedicated quite momentous effort in drawing up this lesson plan. Also, Elusive, I do agree that she looks cool like this. Also, I love the fucking rabbit bin. What's up with her? Let's start reviewing from the first of the stack. 108 analytical approaches to an aesthetes AAA. Okay, nice water margin reference. What does AAA mean? And how do you plan to explore all 108 approaches in a month? Also, that's Ryosho, right? Appreciation of artistry and assassinations. Yup. I mean, it was obvious. FU went too far. Right, sorry. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. That's not Ryosho. Flip a page and continue reading for those 108 approaches. What paint did you use?
It's quite viscous and the paper is partially melted. Ugh! Lady, watch yourself. You almost got some of my arm. Painting? This is gonna take forever, isn't it? Zila? Entrails coating the world? Okay, Ryosha has managed to weird out Silo. That's probably not good. Now you know how estates appreciate the artistry of slaughter. Just what the hell did you paint in that paper? Hey, get it together! Silo stumbled briefly. Whatever was on the paper must have given her quite a shock. My mind wandered for a moment. This is too dangerous to be used for a lesson. Thus, it goes to the discard pile. Weak sauce. Zero crumpled up the paper without hesitation and tossed it out of sight. Next. Intro to Societal Reintegration. Impressive title. Okay, who is this? The use of language tells me it's either Honglu, Faust, or Yisan. I'm guessing Yisan. Chapter 1. How to shake hands with your left hand when the situation calls for. No, that's definitely Ishmael. Only Ishmael would be this obsessed with etiquette. Actually, no. Final answer, it's Merceau. Huh? Chapter 2. Exploration of exclusively long-sleeve fashion and practice. It's Gregor? Really? Chapter 3. Projecting confidence and why having a bug arm is totally cool. Yeah, God damn it, Gregor. I should have known by the left arm. That's, you know how it is. Proud of who you are, all that philosophy stuff. I wanted this lesson to give a bit of a paradigm shift where we can all come to see our flaws, not as failings, but as evidence of our individuality. That is way too deep for prayer, which will usher in the world where we can carry on with our lives, no matter what kind of arm we have. Discard. Next. Zero quickly flipped through the pages. Intro to Denigrative Linguistics. Subheading. The power of words. Sticks and stones may break their bones, so let's add words to the pile. Denigrative... Sticks and stones may... So let's add words to the pile. Okay, who is this? Only Ishmael would speak like that. Alternatively, Faust might. Oh, nope, it's Odin. How am I this bad at this? My credentials include the ability to rest down an opponent so hard that they fall to their knees and beg me to stop. I have plans for the application as well. The lesson teaches methods pertaining to disguising compliments and criticism and vice versa. All of this seems rather difficult to learn. I have concluded my hitherto observations that Jiazi-chun is an individual of great promise in this field. Follow my instructions to a T, and I guarantee that this cadet shall have the upper hand in any verbal confrontation. Is this a curriculum to make the best brawler or the best family hierarch out of me? Dilo seems quite interested, but Jiazi-chun's vehement veto eventually overruled the suggestion. On Justice, another impressive title, and this one's obvious. Subheading, methodologies of captivating an entire room of preoccupied audience. Discard. VOD! Wherefore? Next. Practice of video splitting well, that's obviously Yisan, you can tell by the lack of spaces. Practice of video splitting concerning intermittent conflict between the self and the reflection and paradoxically fractured theory of idealists in which one attempts to open an unopening door to open the door. Utterly incomprehensible. Discard. Perhaps Miss Yoshi's advice to truncate the lesson title should have been taken in earnest. Survival and exploration, Ishmael. 21 reasons to pay attention when the exploration team leader is giving advice on the upcoming adventure. Case study for 30 horrible mistakes that occurred because the team was distracted during the leader's lecture. How to track down a troublemaker who tries to sweep trouble under the rug while the team leader isn't looking. Someone ignored my advice that we should have been moving 2 steps ahead. Finally, I've narrowed them down to 3 culprits. Ah, wait! I forgot to take that part out. And into the shredder it went. When did that paper shredder get here? Oh my god, look at her face. That is cute as fuck. The art of using yawning as a cover for popping a cookie or two into your mouth, especially useful when getting lectured. I have a question. How big is Rodia's mouth that you can do that? I mean, alternatively, how big are his roots? Hey, if you get good enough at it, you can do that with nuts too. Aha! So it was you who made those crunching noises in our last meeting. What? Now, do you take me for an amateur? The art of social maneuvers, how to let it flow through you. Yep, that's Honglu. How to not make things awkward when you walk right in on someone's bad-mouthing you. The most important part of this art is to flash a refreshing smile in a way that looks earnest. It helps when you convince yourself that smiling is what brings good fortune. Smiles have a way of disarming people, giving them pause and making them hesitate. You know what? That might actually be decent advice, but in the shredder it goes. I remember that. Big Bro used that technique to confuse a lot of Yuan people who ate him. I see. This. I can't quite bring myself to throw this into the shredder. Oh. See. Okay, what convinces me? I was like, no, that's actually decent. Next, how to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. How to remain in complete stillness for a week until the next command is received. That's Merceau, right? This lesson plan was designed based on Rodial's advice that I must prioritize strengths that are unique to myself. Look, in my defense, I didn't know he considered that to be his unique strength, okay? Let us consider whether standing in complete stillness for a week is a quality one might seek in the family Heirarch. You know, Merceau, you kind of deserve that one. That you, of all people, should have known that's stupid. This one is certainly interesting. What separates bravado from bravery? Who have we not had yet? We've had Yisang, Don, Yoshu, Merceau, Honglu, Heathcliff, Ishmael, Sinclair's would definitely be last. Rodia we've had, Otis we've had, Dante we haven't, and we... Oh right, we haven't actually had Heathcliff yet. No. Then this is Heathcliff then. And we haven't had Faust, who is probably at the bottom. So we haven't had Heathcliff, Faust, and Dante. Honestly, this applies to Faust, but I'm still going to say Heathcliff. Jack Shite, sawed off and grab your weapons. Yep, always gotta read the full print. Huh! It's my philosophy that reason don't necessarily need to be considered before coming to blows. Martial prowess is indeed an indispensable part of the family Heirarch's qualities. But our focus is not on developing a hierarch of the syndicate. Next. Information disparity as a driver of inequitable treatment. Okay, so that's Faust. Is she just gonna grumble about the Gazelle shop? Because that sounds like grumbling about the Gazelle shop. Oh? Huh, that's actually the most interesting sounding one so far. And the application of engineering frameworks. Okay, it's kind of losing me, but I'm still on board. For systematic resolution in rational, self-interest driven societies, and... Is it still going? That was 1/5 of the full title. It seems that the same trouble has hindered both you and I. Every word in that title was added for its absolute necessity. Indeed, indeed. After she had gone through the majority of her lesson plans. Finally. Also, why did we have a fucking skip one dead? There were only 2 left! Now that that's over, yes, it's finally my turn. Phew. Sinclair sighed with the gravitas of someone who's just been bestowed with the most important mission in his life. Thinking back, even back in school, I used to daydream about becoming a teacher myself. I thought I could be good at it. So I guess you could say that I'm pretty happy to be given an opportunity like this. Oh no, where is this going? I call my lesson The Theory on Self-Overcoming. We have to accept that everyone stumbles at first, but by always striving to be a better person than I was yesterday. Hey, but what if I like who I was yesterday more? That's okay. Everyone has their own unique potential sleeping deep inside. So with everything I've learned and experienced so far, let me teach you. Let me teach you how to not doubt your own capabilities. How to always shoot higher. Hold on. You had me for a second there, but what's up with acting like you're an infinitely more enlightened person than I am? Ah, of course. I've prepared a speaking class where you can learn how to speak with modesty, too. I never would have imagined Sinclair would be this into it. Yeah, too bad he's so into it that he's not even listening to what Sichun's saying. Following that, your company's... it seems Silu has completed her review. Oh, I see. Now, how's everything going, everyone? Class prep going well? My curriculum most especial! Okay, so that's a no. That was Sada's impression about taking a quick glance at Don Quixote, who was sobbing and cradling the shredded pieces of her lesson in her hands. I just realized something. They fast forwarded through Dante's lesson plan and only Dante's. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, it wasn't a complete bust at least. Sinclair's lesson plan survived. Phew! Miss Gong, Miss Soda, I've prepared a full 30 days worth of lesson plans. Would you like to take a look? But Zigong and Soda weren't looking at the dozens of lesson plans Sinclair presented so proudly before their eyes. They were looking away. Zigong, especially, was looking away with an unmistakable expression of pity. So he doesn't know. Would you mind explaining this, Silu? I could not bring myself to tell him. Apologies. So this young man produced this entire sizable stack of lesson plans all on his own. I see. Weakness has found its way into your heart in the face of such an earnest effort. I understand. However, it has been decided that Sinclair will not be participating as one of Jiazichu's teachers. Or should I call you pupil Sinclair, to be exact? This has got to be a mistake, right? Isn't Zichun the pupil here? No, there haven't been any mistakes. My lord has specifically instructed you are to learn from this as well. What? What? Seriously? This isn't right. I don't think so, Valent. I would still love for Dante to teach a class that is sign language and how to communicate with someone who cannot speak back to you. guys, this isn't right. Now this looks like a proper classroom. It would have felt pretty dang empty with just the tune sitting there all on her own, don't you think? Besides, the best think's the resident expert in going to schools, right? School was a luxury for me, you know? Yeah, maybe, but that doesn't mean I ever wanted to go back to school. You should learn to be grateful. I don't dole out my teachings to just anyone. Your teachings were rejected, Otis. Don't forget we have to redo the whole lesson plan under their supervision. Otis, you always get on your soapbox and try to lecture everyone about something after every single battle anyway. And you, Ishmael, always get hyper-fixated on something. Once you find something interesting, you never stop talking about it for 3 hours at least. And I will ensure that you receive the best education I can provide, Sinclair. Oh god, he's going off. Hold on, Yisan. I thought we were under the underdog duo. Remember during the checkup when I said we got this? We were going to get this together. The evaluation painted a twisted picture of the true scale of strength, the sole measure of which erroneously relied entirely on physical might. I shall not hesitate to impart knowledge for those who require education. Okay, Sinclair, go the fuck off. Congratulations, my lady. You have found yourself a destiny. Which some also call a bestie, depending on the destiny. Oh my god, that is so fucking cute. Deskmate, bestie, what the heck does any of that mean? Huh? She also tunes eyes wide with confusion, as though she just heard those words for the first time in her life. When I first met her when she was 16, she explained to me that she hadn't attended any school-like institutions. What? How? This is par for the course for children of Hangwan who are raised for the purpose of becoming a family hierarch. The reason being that schools can be a perfect place to assassinate someone. So, deskmates and besties. Sinclair began to explain, seemingly resigned to the fact that he was essentially going back to school for a month from the other students, his teaching. Usually sit next to each other and help one another out. A bestie might nudge the other awake when they doze off, share their homework with one another if one forgets to do theirs, and usually end up being included in the best memories of each other's school time. So, not very important at all, huh? I think I got this on my own. I don't need a bestie. Okay, this is just the fucking Intervallo of the tune faces. It may have come a few years late, but I am moved that my lady finally has a chance at experiencing school. Same here. I remember it like yesterday. The tune would sit and watch other kids walk to school for a distance, tears welling in her eyes. Dude! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. I didn't take Stitchun. I would have Stitchun going dude of all words. Oh, that reminds me. One day, out of nowhere, she started saying something about eating from lunchboxes with friends. I haven't had a clue as to how or where she even heard about it. But she snuck into the kitchen and... Ah! Wait! Don't you guys have lessons plans to write? Come on, hurry up! 30 days are ticking down! We've only got 30 days! Of course. Unfortunately, I have become quite occupied with another task of great importance, assisting Wei with indexing and reviewing various documents that are in critical need of organizing. Thus, I must leave the lesson planning task to you two, Zilu and Miss Miss Son. Have you any thoughts on this matter? Slacker. Okay, Elusive, I'm starting to get what you mean by the writing. What was that? I said nothing. Holy shit. 30 days of classes. Zero and Sada appear to have aged several years overnight, their faces sunken and sullen. Finally! After referencing the idiosyncrasies and various statistical data available to us regarding each sinner, we managed to come up with an appropriate curriculum. Oh my god, she has bags under her eyes. Miss Silu? Ah, apologies. Sleep deprivation has relieved me of clear mind. Okay, Kim Ji-hoon, you are good at many things, but time scales are always a bit weird in this city. Did they step into a T-core bubble, or how did she get sleep deprived in a single day? The path of an educator is truly a grueling one. Marching to a battle would be much easier. Still, thanks to Mr. Jiazichu... Let's try it again. Still, thanks to Mr. Jiachu's methodology used there, we did manage to find a way to make this quite efficient. Efficient, huh? To be a true family hierarch, there are dozens, hundreds of virtues one must understand and master. However, to do so in 30 days, as promised, is an implausible effort. No, he didn't, Faye. Thus, we have categorized the countless virtues into 3 supercategories, and they are called... what are these supposed to be? Ji, Yong, and Ren. Ji, wisdom. The wise lose neither people nor words. To hold one's silence in need of speech shall cost them people. To speak in need of silence shall cost them words. A reasonable sequence of logic. Yong, courage. The ability to overcome fear, to act decisively. Have too much of it and risk becoming a brute. Have too little and risk becoming crazy. It needs harmony and balance. So how far are we allowed to go with corporal punishment again? I recall no instance of any discussion regarding corporal punishments. And Ren, humanity, is the benevolence of the heart, the compass of behavior that dictates towards every human. Clearly, most of the faculties of this school are severely lacking in all 3 of your curriculum. Just how do you think they'll be able to teach students anything? Yeah, like a certain someone who needs a lesson named Ren. Are you sure I'm in good hands? Because what the heck am I supposed to learn here? Where's Wei? Mr. Wei and Miss Seagull are currently quite preoccupied with handling the monumental task of paperwork. Ah, right. Mr. Wei wanted me to deliver this message. Be strong, my lady. Hey! Despite her protestations, the 30 days of classes commenced. I want to know how long that lesson planning took and why that wasn't included in the deadline. Well, here we go. Apparently we're using Yisa. Morale tip-top. Wow, that is British. What's this? Also, Sinclair's here. Oh my god, he's a chick. Oh, I see. And that's why she can run. So, Ji, Yong, Ren, we need to get to these. So they said that having too much of something might be bad. Or specifically that too much Yong might be bad. Okay, so metaphysical approach to ego and the reflected world. +2, +2, +9, -6. And +30. Oh my god, there's combos. Of course there's combos. Why wouldn't there be? Alright, let's begin. My name is Yisong. That is all. God damn it, Yisong. The class I have prepared for today. Aha! I've heard plenty about your mirror tech. Which makes me wonder. Going by the level of advancement in that technology, couldn't you have approached it from a different angle? You know how technological advancement usually goes. People invent for the sake of creation, only to have their inventions inevitably warped into weapons of destruction. Indeed, you show much promise already. As you surmise now, the mirror has, in the past, almost been employed to shatter possibilities instead of reflecting them. I'm sure that's the angle most others wanted to see happen. Removal of potential risks sounds much more palatable than potential itself to some people, after all. Correct again. Yet destruction was a word that bore too much suffering from my heart. My sole egress from it was abandonment of my quondam fellows and my life's work, making myself a fugitive from the past. What the fuck does that mean? The word quondam comes directly from Latin with the meaning of formerly. I hate you, Kim Ji-hoon. How did you bring yourself to just abandon it all? I conversed. With who? With myself, that lies within me. As you are aware, the mirror's reflection extends beyond the veils of our own reality. It reflects the potentialities, the latent strength in the world. Yet even among them, the reflection of the greatest importance is that of the self. Let not the innumerable worlds of the mirror enchant your gaze. First, one must direct their studies inward and reflect upon oneself. I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. How's Tuna's go? Hey, she's getting double the fame for some reason. Now, if you're prepared, do explain what you see in the mirror. You needn't haste. For some reason, Zichun appears to hesitate before the mirror. Hey, you know? It's been a while since I looked into the mirror for so long. My lady, do you recall Sun Zhen of the Shi family who contacted you for a meeting? Yeah, the guy who said he was gonna show me a precious flower that blooms only at night. I remember that you were vehemently against me going out there, so I stayed inside. I wonder what kind of flower it was. Don't tell me you were actually looking forward to meeting him, my lady. Oh, of course not. You were wise to stay inside. It was revealed that you weren't the only person who was invited, my lady. That vile man had hired a group of assassins to ambush the meeting spot and would have been waiting there to spring the trap had you gone. But apparently he was outplayed and had his limbs and head torn off as punishment. What a relief, isn't it? I guess. I'm glad I didn't go away. You were right. If only you still had the Wu branch under your control. Stop it. We agreed to move on from that, remember? We don't have to talk about it. I was brushing my hair and looking into the mirror as we were talking, but I never realized how long her hair is here. That is some... I know the Chinese, I know there is Chinese culture in not cutting your hair, but Jesus Christ. I realized that I no longer recognized the girl in the mirror. I don't know why, but I found it so hard to meet her eyes. But I brushed it off because I had to. An experience like that was going to be a common occurrence anyway, and the family Heirarch war was always looming on the horizon. Perhaps what you felt then may have been shame, but it is paramount to face oneself nonetheless, nay, especially so if it was. And Sinclair, what do you see? I I see. Well, I just see myself smiling. I don't see what's so out of the ordinary. But it seems like Sinclair couldn't really bring himself to face the middle. Hey, after what we just discussed, I think I understand something now. Now that I've had some quiet time looking at my reflection, I think I uncovered a part of myself I've had hidden away for a long time. I've had a very precious time learning to converse with my inner self. Tune and Sinclair have grown. Oh, that is a lot of things. What do you mean, Vay? I learned how to be more true to myself by looking into the mirror. Oh, even the lesson plans have levels. Oh no. Class metaphysical approach to ego and the reflected world level up to expert. So, more than more morale. Isn't that kind of a bad thing? I mean, Jazzy Tune / resist minus. How bad are her stats? Oh, I see. And now we got to actually solve something in ourselves. Why am I looking at this? I don't know who this tune is. Be passionate and dream on, fix everything else. This is gonna be forever. Why are these numbers different? Oh, because it's expert and not novice, I guess. Why are these colors different though? That's annoying. Oh. I mean, I know you were referring to Cultist Simulator. I'm just wondering what you meant by Krail and Moth. It is true that a station of teaching is prone to imbue one with a sense of bashfulness. Sinclair and Zichun both sat with a bit of apprehension as well, which is understandable given what Sauna told them sometime before the lesson started. Some time ago, Otis, who had been glaring daggers at Don Quixote for a good while, finally decided to voice her doubts to Sauna. So, what is Don Quixote, that woman, supposed to teach? Have you not considered that her usual flippancy might only cause more trouble than it's worth? You worry too much. You worry too much, Otis. While she may not look it, Don Quixote is extremely well versed in those adventure tales. And why would any of that matter? Have you yourself considered that fixers often appear when history is in the making? Like I said to Valen, learning about fixers is actually decently important in a high-ranking nest position. You need to hire these people. And let us see here. Don Quixote took a second to savor the moment as though she had been preparing her whole life for it, and continued. Amongst the greatest fixers whose honored names were engraved in history, verily, let us commence this lesson with the tale of the fixer Yue Fei. This tale beginneth in the year sometime later. Are you done? Just how can she continue to talk at such length? She's been going for ages. Thus covers the time to test thy dedication to this class and the knowledge that should naturally come with it. A pop quiz, if thou wilt. When she even found the time to prepare for this? Why are there giant buttons? I can assure thee, 'tis a quiz of entirely reasonable difficulty if thou hadst paid attention to the class. Were ye not? Does this pop quiz have prizes? Aha! But of course, I came prepared for such inquiry. For each correct answer, I shall bestow upon thee, from the very treasure chest of mine, these precious fixer manuals. forsooth, I did not let a single day go in which I did not polish each and every one of them on 3 separate occasions at the very least. I don't know, I don't really need them. Hold thine applause, for there is a bonus award for the victor who, by the end of this match, carries more badges. Thou shalt attain the role of a protagonist in this theatrical play of my making, Fix-It Chronicles UFA. Tis an opportunity of a lifetime. Still not really. It's not doing anything for either of us. It's a pretty useless rewards, but if you're turning this into a competition, I won't lose. Seriously? What? Scared you'll lose? Is history your weakness or something? Ha! I'll have you know that I was the teacher's pet in every single history class I took. And I'll have you know that I was, no matter the subject, showered with praise from every master I ever had. I am going to slap both of you. Okay, if that's how you want to play it, I'll have you know that I was a prodigy in other classes too. I did great in art classes, pretty good in math too. I was just being humble because I didn't want to steal your thunder, Zichun. Oh, then let me tell you that I was trained in the mastery of at least 10 different disciplines every single day. And on one of those days, you know what one of my masters told me? He said, looks like Miss Jazzy Tune's finally getting a feel for how friendships close an age or forged in school. That's good. No matter how excellent her masters were, there are some experiences you just can't learn from teachers. I tick-tocked in response. 'Tis year 505. What is the historical community's consensus on the most illustrious battle that Fixie Fay is said to have partaken in? Allow me to impart to thee a major clue. If thou hadst paid attention as I discoursed upon the 5 villages in which the Fixie Fay was mentioned, this should not be a difficult question to answer. The Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Advent, who attained the triumph in the Battle of Rider Tree in the year 465, have said what was the worst ordeal she had to face in her career. I've got it! It's when she had to forge onward, despite watching her dear comrades fell one by one as they held the line to buy her time. Ah, damn it! I was too slow! Fie, young teacher? Dart? Incorrect! Honorable Fixer of the Cerulean Heaven is recorded to have testified that the worst ordeal in her career was when she forced to stand before her enemies with hair that was not luscious, as the supply line breakage caused her regular delivery of nutritional supplements to cease. What thou hast suggested, young Zichun, was her 17th for this difficult ordeal. I was about to say, that's just... Is that just Ricardo? What the hell? She's speaking like she was actually dead. I mean, I don't know what year it is, Dante, but she might have been. Thine impression is quite understandable, for I am trained in the ways of vividly regaling these tales, but most of these are tales I have learned from books. Much did I anticipate an opportunity to regale these tales to such audience, enough to study the ways of minstrels. There was a clear look of pride in her twinkling eyes. Time certainly flies when reading the tales of exciting adventures. This is gonna take forever, you are right. More Chi Young and Ren. Oh hey, look, the morale went up, at least. What was the secret technique Honorable Fixer Lysander employed in his resolution of the case of the Fey Forest? Speak its name in full. I've got it. It's a Summer Night's Fantasia. Yet I cannot let pass such an unmotivated retelling of his super ultimate move. Hardly could one internalize the true noble spirit of Fixer by simply inciting it with such apathy. Thou must recreate the exact pose and the enunciation. Can I have Sancho back, please? Are you kidding me? Whew. Come on, you can do this, Jazzy Chun. You can do this. This is nothing.
My god.
Illusions of a midsummer night shall devour thee whole. Summer Night Fantasia! Thine enunciation was quite shaky upon the word illusion, yet thou hast demonstrated sufficient courage, thus I bestow upon thee this badge.
I will not, Phelan.
I grow tired of this nonsense. Just how much longer are you planning to drag this on? Thus muttered the hero, then declared, I shall tear this evil storm asunder and find a place for this blade at the center of thy heart. What is happening? Dante, lights, left side.
Oh, I see.
Gotcha! Don Quixote, who was watching Sinclair and Jazzy June's two-person play, silently wiped her tears away. Bravo! Bravo! Certain minor details were missed, such as that UFA, the fixer, was left-handed, and that he had a habit of playing with the lighter in his left pocket before having a duel, yet 'twas a wonderful reenactment indeed. I have no other critique to impart upon it. When faced with great adversity in thine adventures, rekindle the memory of UFA the fixer's final duel. Remember it well. Thus cometh to an end the lessons of today. Well, just for a moment, but I think I'm starting to get it. I get why she's so obsessed with fixers. Clutched tightly in Zichun's hands were the badges Don Quixote had gifted to her. Time certainly flies when hearing the tales of exciting adventures. And I learned how to be more true to myself while looking into the mirror. What are the triggers for these? Oh, I'm guessing the blue means that this is locked in. Understanding of city engineering and its practices.
Holy shit, Don, that is a lot of morale.
Oh, I see what... Oh, I see how this works. So, 4 times to level 2, 4 more times to level 3, and then, would it be 10? If there's a level 4, it would be level 10 times, which seems excessive.
God damn, I'm tired already. There are 12 more of... There are 9 more of these. Not including the one we're doing. Boom!
This is a component part taken from the structure that forms H-Corp. This may prove to be an opportunity to conduct an in-depth analysis on the nature of the former H-Corp singularity, which has been enduring for such a long time. Huh. You look kinda upbeat today, Miss Faust. Indeed. An opportunity to study the old H-Corp singularity is not one that comes often. As there was potential for integration into Mephistopheles, I made a request to disassemble a part of the bus's engine, but was denied. A shame. Aren't you the one who built Mephistopheles though, Miss Faust? Mephistopheles is indeed Faust's work, but not all of it was mine. It is possible that Faust may never reveal every small detail that went into its creation. I would very much enjoy a chance to completely disassemble it, even its engines, so that it could be reassembled with my own hands. Yeah, sure. Managed to learn various detailed mechanical fundamentals about old H-Corp technology.
Taxidermy geniuses. Fix an association encyclopedia for dummies. Oh my god, Faust. That thing Faust and explodes. Faust and explodes face. Thank you, Nozal. Exploded in Faust's face.
So that's how it works. I think I get it. Didn't think this is how I'd get him to learn more about the old H-Corp. I don't think I can do much against the reconstruction days right now, but this knowledge will certainly come in handy when the day comes for me to gradually dismantle that iniquitous taint. The day when Hongryun can be a place where people can live without fear. Without the fear of the encroaching reconstruction days. Without obsessively counting their rooms to see if they will fall or not. Until Hongryun can be a place where you can sleep with the promise of safe tomorrows. I'm sure you'll pull it off. Oh, and I learned a lot during this lesson too, Miss Faust.
Bang. Oh my fucking god.
The voltage must have been set too high. Repeating experiment with a different combination of fuses and wires. There was supposed to be a lesson somewhere in there. Right?
So yeah, each level has 100 experience, I think.
I was completely absorbed in the exhilarating tales of fiction. I even forgot to breathe at some point. Class, be passionate and dream on. Fix-it tales leveled up. Rest.
Actually, that can't be 100 then. 100 then, because I only did it 3 times and that's 90. That is so much morale. My War Tales. I need to actually sync your morale a little. So this is stat gain Shi and Red. So this is extra stat gain for both. And this Faust improves Dawn's class success rate. Significantly, it seems. So if her morale is low, open with Dawn and put Faust. Oh, and I see each one has 2 combos. Incidentally, technically, if I want to discover combos, then I shouldn't include Faust, because Faust has 2 combos, so I already know both of hers. But at the same time, if I use Dawn now, I will lose morale, and I don't want to do that. Unlike some other classes, which were more on the upbeat side of things. Oh, right, there's only 2 combo slots because obviously you can only share a class with 2 sinners. Duh. I didn't even consider that. The room's air felt grim and solemn as soon as everyone saw what Gregor had written on the chalk. On war. Losing a wing war leaves a much larger, longer-lasting impact than some medium-sized enterprise closing up shop. It might be too soon to talk about this, but we came pretty darn close to it recently, didn't we? We were this close to a large-scale war breaking out right here, which absolutely would have happened if Mrs. Junior failed to finish her ascension. It would have spread like wildfire, too. So my class is going to be about what exactly happens when a war... Oh. The piece of chalk slipped from Gregor's fingers as he went to scribble something on the board.
Gregor, why do you even have a coat if you keep carrying it like that? His left hand was trembling as though the room's temperature had plummeted only for him. Man, why is it gotta... Excuse me, Miss Silu, is it okay if I smoke? Go ahead. You good? Huh. Well, when else am I gonna get a chance to share the realities of war right back to a wing chief, executive officer's face, huh? The moments that just don't come off your skin, no matter how hard you scrub it. Hey, take a break if you need it. I'm going to listen to every word you have to say here today, no matter how long it takes. Man, do I appreciate that sentiment. Well, still though, I can't dilly-dally when Miss Chune's got other stuff to deal with, huh? So, let's take a look at how things were at the very beginning of the week. Now I know enough about urban and trench warfare to give an explanation on my own. Aw, no combos. And that's why the smoke war fronts were mostly characterized by trench warfare. No one wanted to risk fighting in concrete jungles where they could be surrounded by enemies at all times. So everyone tried to draw each other out to an open field battle, which naturally turned into trench warfare. Of course, every wing has a different singularity, so this isn't really applicable to all cases. It's just that the former G-Corp found flat plates easier to maneuver. I feel like Dagwan Yuan would make a pretty good use of Hong Yuan as a defensive fortress, especially with its internal structure constantly shifting around, which the Heisho know and use very well. Exactly. They should explain why they were hesitating outside Dagwan Yuan. Remember the Tfum fellas? The ones who were going in circles? Not to mention how the Heisho all utilized the topography of Hong Yuan differently. Even if an outsider were to get a read on how one of the branches maneuvers around Hong Yuan, as long as the 12 Heisho branches are standing, Hong Yuan is unassailable. Well, despite going into all that, I'm sure we all know what the best answer in all warfare is. Not having a war in the first place. I'll be honest, I can't stop thinking about some of the stories you've been telling us. I can't even imagine what it would have been like to have to not only witness it, but go through all of it. We did visit your phantoms, Gregor, but that wasn't even the tip of the iceberg. The city was devoured in smoke, its citizens in madness. He'd always shrug off the stories as ramblings of the past, but during the war, he stood at the center of the heartless machine that was the city, its every gear calibrated to slaughterhouse precision to maximize the death of its people. There, he must have witnessed things far worse than the worst of his that he presently has to go through. His eyes gazed beyond the veil of the bygone past, shaking restlessly in pursuit of what was noble. Oh boy. Sorry, fellas, I'm afraid I got carried away lamenting what happened that I forgot this was supposed to be a class. I'll be sure to prep something more useful next time. No. Everything you told me really solidified my resolve. This chaos within Hong Yuan needs to come to an end soon, lest something so horrible could happen. I'm heading to my next class. But wait for me! Even after the two students had left, Gregor lingered in that room for a while, lighting up a cigarette after cigarette without erasing what he wrote on chalk. Smoke soon filled the room. He left only after almost emptying the entire pack. And mouse goes boom again. Surviving Hong Yuan. Oh fuck, who do I pick? Who would have a combo with Hong Yuan? I know about one of them that I kind of saw who isn't here, so I'm gonna pick Yisung and Dawn. Dawn mostly because morale needs to go back up after this. How are classes going, Zichun? I'm not you, big bro. I pay attention in class. Oh, hello, Miss Dayu. She was really insistent on helping me out, even though I refused because she looked preoccupied. The moment I found out about the contents of his lesson plan, I simply could not allow him to do this alone. It's Lin Dayu, or Dayu. How do you say that? I'm gonna go with Dayu. Looks like it's going to be another serious class. Ah, apologies for the delayed greetings. Dayu of the Lin family formally extends her greetings to the venerable Heirarch. Been a while since I heard that greeting around here. Wait, what about Big Sis Baochai? Are you sure it's okay for a Zhui family bodyguard to be here? Ah, I'm no longer employed as Miss Baochai's guard. But wait, don't tell me we got you Everything I did that day, including accompanying you, was under Miss Baochai's orders. As for why she no longer needed my services, I don't understand myself. She suddenly let me go after the trouble was over. So, what's there for you to teach me, big bro? The last lesson plan about not making things awkward got vetoed by Zilu, so you could have taught me a thing or two if we were still kids, but come on, you spent most of your time stuck in Yongyuan before leaving Hongyuan. I don't know what you could possibly have to teach me. Don't you worry, Zichun. This is the one thing I think I'm pretty good at. My lesson for Zichun and Sinclair is... In clear, neat handwriting, Honglu wrote "Surviving Hongyuan" on the chalkboard. Oh well, I don't think I need help in that department from you. Look, I know how you've had your share of assassination attempts, big bro, but Jiamu, the previous Heirarch and the Elder's favor sheltered you from worse than. She's not wrong. Back when we had to fight our way through a bunch of sweepers, weren't you also one of the handful who got assassinated? Oh, that? I was wandering the hallways because I felt like something was off about my room. Until Dante told us all to go back to our rooms, of course. Wait, it was my fault? You do have some intuition, I'll give you that. Looks like I'm going to have to prove myself. Dayu, would you mind preparing the thing? You have my utmost faith, but please do practice caution. Sometime later, Lin Dayu appeared with four bowls splishing with tea, before sprinkling some powder into one of them. What's that? That's powdered wolfsbane. I see where this is going. You're going to teach me how to tell which of these bowls contain poison, right? You can stop now. I learned to recognize infamous poisons like wolfsbane when I was 7. If it was something as tame as what you are suggesting, Venerable Heirarch, I would not have been here to accompany him. Lin Dayu continued her process, sprinkling wolfsbane powder into 2 more bowls. Honglu, who was watching that with an oddly contented expression, closed his eyes. Please mix them up, Dayu. I keep saying Dayu by accident, I don't know why. Oh, okay, wait, what? We stared in confusion, but we could hardly tell what was going on with the speed at which Lin Dayu swapped around the bowls. When we looked back at Honglu, there were 3 silver spoons in his hand. Okay. I know about switching cups, but if you do it that fast, there is no tea in any of those cups. Those silver spoons were custom made at Akuanuan's request, a must-have item for children of the 4 great houses. They can detect non-sulfuric poisons as well. Yeah, I know. They're actually, Actually what? It's nothing. In Hongyuan, where we are beset by threats of assassination from all directions, knowledge alone isn't enough to save you. What the heck are you? But Honglu opens his eyes before Jia Zichun can finish her sentence. Then he throws the silver spoons in his hands like throwing pins towards 3 of the bowls, and immediately chucks the fourth bowl, which he hadn't thrown a spoon at. Holy crap, are you insane? You barely even checked them before. I mean, yes, because this is not difficult logic. He checked 3 of them. Either all 3 are poisoned, or one of them isn't, and that one is safe. Jiren's New Earth tea is always delicious, even when cooled. The 3 silver spoons Honglu had cast earlier were slowly melting away after quickly becoming tarnished black. Is wolfsbane poison supposed to melt through metal? People like to be thorough with their poisons in Daguanwa. Since everyone's been trained for immunity since childhood, you have to make a mixture of various poisons to have a real effect. Fine, I don't even want to argue. What's your secret? I want to know too. Do they sound different or something? I just went with my hunch. Just a hunch? How are we supposed to learn that? We're not Heathcliff, you know.
God damn it, Kimchi. Did we really need to bring Heathcliff's intuition into this?
You'll get the hang of it after a few tries. I'll help you out. Shall we begin with 2 bowls? I saw right through every assassination method Honglu prepared.
Okay, I have a question about this. Holy shit, I was right! Honglu and Yisang. Okay, I have a question about this. Is Sinclair drinking the bowl that Zichun picks? Because how does she test this? Because she can't drink them because she'll die. Oh, this is different. Oh, the combo only buffs Zichun.
I see. When you say you just avoided whatever felt wrong with a hunch, you were reflexively identifying the threat by reading the room and connecting it to your intuitive experiences. You were using Miss Deus' anxious breathing to clue you in. So this is how you managed to survive for so long. Listen carefully, Zichun. I know that the adepts of each Heisho will come to your aid with a flick of your wrist. And I know that your residents, Nuan Zhuan... I hate Chinese. I actually don't, but... And I know that your residents, Nuan Jiangwu, will be engineered by the best craftsmen to become a safe fortress stocked to the brim with all kinds of useful bonuses to protect your life. Even still, there will come a day when you start to feel this creeping sensation whose origin you can't identify. And when it does, I hope you won't brush off the sensation as nothing. You're worrying over nothing! Jia Zichun whipped around from Honglu as if to express dissatisfaction, but her softened expression told me that she was glad to see him worry.
I also want to point out the immediate dismissal.
Plus 50% to Young stat gained from class.
He doesn't teach Young, does he?
At a so-so time, reflected upon myself.
Yeah, so that's actually kind of bad. That's a bad combo.
And now it's leveled up to master. Okay, so it does have 3 levels. Time certainly flies when hearing tales of exciting adventures. Every 6 days, you will be subject to mysteries prepared by the board of directors, Jia Yuanchu. A palanquin has been prepared to take you to the exam site, and only by passing the test may Jia Zichun retain her status as the family idol. My lady. Oh, don't worry yourself over much, Master Wei. You sound like you're at a funeral. She will pass these tests with ease as long as she has been diligently taking her classes. No, I simply hope I can survive until she returns. It seemed that Way's rather funeral voice wasn't just out of his concern for Zichun. Wei, are you sure you're okay? How old are these papers? I can't escape them, even in dreams. The unfinished bundles of paper, cascading over me like a storm, burying me. Steel yourself, for that was no dream at all. In fact, never have I once seen paperwork trained in the arts of airwalking until now. What? Huh? I'm having trouble conceptualizing this. I must be severely sleep deprived. Looks like we're not the only ones going through the ringer. So, slightly more than slightly more. Jia Zichun gained 1 defense level, Qin Gang bonus passive improved, and learned the inner self passive. Starting from turn 3, 2 offense level up. That's kind of bad. Gain 1 clash moves, gain protection and defense. Okay, who is this dude? Hey, you're one of the she-boys. We finally meet. I'd hoped to fight you in a family Heirarch war. If you'd run into me then, isn't this supposed to be a sparring match? Why does it sound like you have a personal grudge against me? Oh, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Why in the world would I ever hold a grudge against you? Oh, is this the idiot from the Intervallo? I actually forgot that dude. Wasn't he wearing red? The result of the family Heirarch war couldn't be any clearer, and everyone even remotely connected to the mess has all been dragged away and put under investigation. And hey, guess what? They dragged away half of my family, which means more room for me. I should really thank you, right? Honestly, why don't you just declare a war against the Shi family at this point? Wouldn't that be much easier? War's not easy. It never is. What are you on about all of a sudden? It's not something we should be talking so lightly about, even as a joke. Your family was arrested because they are under investigation for treason against Agron Yuan. If they're innocent, I'm sure they'll be released soon enough. I know it's pretty much a given they'll all be ruled as guilty, regardless of what really happened. You know I can't even pay them a visit because you've hidden their cells all over Hongyuan. They're not hidden. All holding cells within Hongyuan have always been designed to move around in very short intervals. How do you get someone out of a holding cell? You know, that does seem like the kind of design that would lead people to make some unfortunate assumptions, though I'm sure the initial purpose was to prevent escapes. I recently gained a better understanding of Hongyuan's structure, so I'm planning to change our policy so that prisoners still on trial are allowed to have fixed locations. Really? Where do you... I was lucky enough to take a few excellent classes recently. Managed to reflect upon myself a bit too. Huh, you did change a little. Still, you better not expect me to go easy on you. I've got my own things to take care of. Good. Come on, let's do this. Many illustrious fixers of the past have said that none but disparagement awaits unjust victories. I like how she's actually integrating each of the lessons she's been through at that point. That's neat, Kim Ju.
Kick his ass, Sejun. Fucking Shi family nerd.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Is he actually dead, or what's going on there? Because he was... Why are you defending against something you're parrying? Sejun, what is wrong with you? What are his passives, by the way? Even panic, reset hero. He's got his own panic type. And he stops when he drops the goal 20. I mean, why do I care? It's not like I get to make decisions. Unfortunately, I do not have a lure command, Volgi, but I. Yes, I am a very unprofessional streamer. Enjoy your lure. Oh, that's not good. Am I going to have to reset? Jesus Christ. Please tell me I didn't just lose the entire thing. Okay, okay, thank God. Because that was some bullshit.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
You know what also doesn't help is the seemingly arbitrary order in which the clashes are happening. Did you please, for the love of God, win a clash? Preferably without getting staggered. Armadillo and give me strength. This. Am I supposed to target her attacks or something? What the fuck is happening?
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
She's at 45 SP. How is she dropping this many coins? Stagger him, Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Good for you. You won. Now stop giving me that look and get out of here. You lost most of your clan during the family Heirarch war, didn't you? Yeah? So what? Are you calling me a penniless loser? Yeah. You little... And I'm sure that's what I look like to you, too. I don't want your, sorry, every clan member who died in the evaluation to have died for nothing. If I show weakness, that means I'm making everyone who participated in the evaluation look weak. So I'm going to win. And I'm going to win without the fertile soil my predecessors have left behind, because their legacy was unjustly nourished by the blood and tears of Hongyuan itself. Xia Wanze Zhen, you are tenacious, determined, and strong of will. That must be why everyone stood by you, down to the last man. You know my name? Ma'am? I do. So what do you think? Wanna make them sing your name in glory for the remaining history of Hongyuan?
Exploring and overcoming the unknown. Jianghu journeys. Side note, I noticed we skipped the ocean. I guess we also skipped to the end. I don't know what Jianghu journeys means. Who fits with Ishmael? I'm gonna say Gregor. And Honglu. Holy shit, Honglu, your stats are terrible. Why are your stats terrible? Question, can I see who these pictures are? No, of course not, that would be cheating. But I can sort of tell by their position in the spots. Interesting.
Heard you managed to come out on top in your first sparring match. Congrats. Thanks. I gotta admit, your classes are definitely coming in handy. I like your attitude. Well, shall we take a look at what I prepared for today? You're teaching me about exploring, huh? It's going to be an indoor class? Yep, exploring. Where should I begin? It's a very big subject. Free soloing to the top of the highest building in Hongyuan. Surviving 10 days in Hongyuan backstreets with only 3 items. I had plenty of ideas, but most of them got denied. And rightly so. And that's when I realized that exploring isn't always limited to adventures in the physical space. A few weeks ago. So I'm just here to fill in since this game needs a certain number of players, but really? Can you really call this tabletop game an adventure?
Are they playing D&D? Please don't tell me Dawn is the dungeon master.
Yet, in games of make-believe, any simulacra can be made as real as... Ah, what a move. Ooh, nice. I'm gonna roll for damage. Ah! Young Ishmael, thou hast absolutely pummeled the Gorgon beast with thy fireball spell, rendering it most crisply.
Of course she's the DM. Okay, no. Guys, what is this game called? Guys, I need hit. I need J&J.
It was a formidable foe that you must wonderfully execute, Miss Ishmael. Huh? Really? Well then, as my next move. And that's how you came up with this? I've played a few other games, but this is new for me too. I'm still pretty new in general, I guess. This is called Jianghu Journeys, or J&J. It's a popular game among Hongyuan's youth. It's gotten pretty positive reviews too.
Wait, they were playing that they were playing that before they got to Hongyuan, because they were in the bus and they wouldn't be in the bus in Hongyuan. Also, was Don playing that with Yi Sang? Because usually that's not a 3-player game, I guess, if you include Good Master. Who was Ishmael filling in for? Rodeo would be interested. Weirdly, I think Ryoshu might actually. Honglu, of course. Maybe.
What Ishmael so proudly presented before everyone appears to be a board game with numerous cards and minifigures. Okay, what do these huge piles of papers have to do with exploration? Rule number 1. The most experienced player among those gathered becomes the GM. The GM? Yeah, Journey Master. The Journey Master designs the story around the player's choices, sets the stage for what happens next, and generally helps guide the explorers to safely arrive at their goals. That's why the most experienced player takes that one. Which would be me. Dex. Each character seems to have these things called stats. Looks like we just have to pick from a set of pre-made characters for this one. So, I'm supposed to be playing this character's role? Sinclair and Jiazi Chun picked up their cards with confusion clear in their eyes. You arrive at the great city of Yanyun, a place known to be the gathering hub for all kinds of influential people. You travel here in search of a legendary treasure called the Tianya Sword. The Sword of Farmland. The city of Yanyun, huh? Cool. So why are we looking for that sword again? It's because, so there's this legend in Yanyun about how the sword of... Right, the Tianya sword is the only way to quell the chaos of these lands and bring peace to its people. And also about how having that sword is proof of the true leader of these lands. And so on and so forth, you know? Ishmael was stuttering and stammering through the introduction without her usual confidence. I see. A city called Yonyun must be in a lot of trouble, too. Seemingly affected by the oddly familiar setting of the story, Jiazi nodded solemnly without noticing Ishmael stumbling through the introduction. Well, you know how it is. The point is, you guys need to go find that sword. Then, I will claim the Tianya sword, no matter what it costs me. Jiazi Chun nods with determination. Worked with Sinclair to come up with creative solutions to all kinds of trials we face in the adventure. I gotta be honest, I did not expect this to be where that was going. From the rumors you've gathered, it seems that the Kejan Keep might have heard of the whereabouts of that sword. What will you do? I walk up to the Kejan Keep, chat him up and try to gain his trust. Are you sure? Remember, your wisdom is extremely low right now, which means that you'll find it hard to form even the simplest sentences. What if I found a different way to gain the Kejan Keep's trust that doesn't involve sweet talking? I do have a pretty high strength stat, which could give me access to certain alternative methods of persuasion that doesn't require skill in speechcraft. Hold on. I'll try to convince the Kejan Keep. I think I've got a decent chance at this. My wisdom's pretty high. And you pass a check. The Kejan Keep looks at you, having lowered his guard. Oh, not you, Sinclair. He's still pretty wary of you. Okay, then I guess I'll just stand in the corner over there, unsheath my weapon, and play around with it for a bit. That's what he expects me to do anyway, isn't it? You're just role-playing Heathcliff now, aren't you? How did I not realize that? Gashan Keeps shares some information about the sword here. He explains that the party should seek northeast toward Yinji Mountain. But, what's this? Tears begin to well in Gashan Keeps' eyes as he continues to explain. Apparently a patrolling guard beat his son pretty bad, just for loitering around the guard. The wound is pretty severe, so he needs medicine, but he can't seem to find it. Oh no. That's too bad, but we've got a job to do. Since we have what we came here for, we leave the Kishan. Well, they say that GMs aren't supposed to interfere with the players' choices, but let's be honest, I would have made the same choice. You can't stop and help out every little side quest when there's a whole lot of adventure to go for. No, we're not leaving. I'm going to get that medicine. What? After a few turns of various trials and tribulations for Sinclair, the Kishan Keep's son, who fortunately was able to recover, hears your story and hesitantly shares what he knows. You realize that he's talking about the fairy You realize that he's talking about the fairy Yaoguai. Yaoguai? How do you say this? Guardian of the Tianya sword. He explains that the fairy Yaoguai's power grows under bright moonlight. Hold on, isn't it full moon right now? Then we should wait until the sky's overcast. Hearing that, Yin's son takes a quick look at the clouds, then tells you that it might be raining in about a week. Okay, this might be a stupid suggestion. Maybe do this during the day instead of waiting a fucking week. Glad we helped him out. Phew, okay, let's make sure we're prepared before we go. You're gonna have to roll 15 or higher to hit. That is a strangely small battle map. I know, I'm focused. Hey, I rolled a 16! With a final singular strike from Jia's Lichun, Fairy Yaoguai finally falls to the ground, defeated. Yes, the Tianya sword is out! Excited, the party runs up to the sword embedded deep into the earth and grabs enthusiastically upon the hilt. With this we can... However, the defeated Fairy Yaoguai, whom the party assumed was dead, suddenly jumps to its feet and lunges at Jia Zichun, who just pulled the sword from the ground. No! I quickly get between Zichun and the monster. But if that crits, it's going to be pretty deadly even for you. Let's see if you can make the evasions here. One and another one. Nope, that's a critical fail. Note the wording here. Yeah, she did say defeated. Yep, not dead. Sinclair falls to the ground, bleeding profusely from the gaping wound. The Yaoguai lies still as well, the final vestiges of its strength completely snapped. Sinclair! Go on without me. Take that sword and go down to the village. Become the leader they need. That sword is your proof. No. This sword wouldn't mean anything without my adventuring buddy. I'm going to banish Sinclair and carry him back. I won't leave him behind in the Sand Mountain all of mine. Wait, if that's your choice, then, yeah, the bleeding stops as soon as you wrap him up. He's just that sturdy, you know? That strike would have killed pretty much anyone, but you know how healthy he is. Huh? I feel like Ishmael is just... On your feet, Sinclair. We're getting out of here together. Grab onto my shoulder. That's it. Step by step. Hey, Zichun, look over there. Everyone we've helped and saved on our journeys come out to welcome us home. You're right. If it weren't for you, Sinclair, I never would have stopped and talked to every single villager you'd have to hear their troubles. The sword was only a symbol all along. All of our efforts and the experiences we gained in our journey for the sword combos were taught me to be a good leader, not sort of. You're right. The real success of this adventure was everyone's efforts along the way. I feel like the game overtook the class at some point along the way. I managed to tell the difference between the balls by reading older and Dyer's subtle tells. Print of Phoenix Hill improved. Oh shit! So here's the problem. I completely lost track of which combos I have done. I'm gonna pick Ismail, Don, and Faust. I am wasting, I'm gonna do it in this order. I am wasting 10 morale, but that's fine. Actually, I'm not gonna pick Don. Pick Ismail. Who did I pick last time? God damn it, I don't remember. That doesn't help. Prep time. All stats +1. That's pretty terrible. Actually, it's a +3. It's not terrible. What a wonderful adventure. Then for the next section, I mean class. Oh, that's actually not bad. I wonder what the exact thing is that makes some stat gains double. Get a so-so understanding of War of the Wings. I think it might be the mood, so I do actually need to keep it high. Oh, so she no longer sucks at taking slashes. Judgment containment. Why is Merceau raising her morale? Who would be good with Merceau? Faust and Ismail. Either this indicates that there are a lot of combos with Faust, or this is not quite as listed as I had hoped. Yeah, they probably aren't in order, are they? In regards to every activity, involvement of unnecessary emotions and personal judgment is to be wasteful. I'm going to need you to elaborate on that. Then I will share an excerpt from Sinclair's exchange with the management, just 32 days ago. Begin quote. Huh? 32 days ago? What? Excuse me, Dante. I'm sorry to have to, ask you this, but most of us are fatally wounded, so can you please turn the clock just one more time? End quote. I don't know how to do Merceau's voice and have him actually emote. Unnecessary interjections weigh down your request. Wow, that's pretty bad. Did I really stutter that badly? It is a waste of time to involve emotions when delivering unfavorable news. The same message could have been delivered with merely 2 words. We failed. Let us commence field practice. Do not ask me a single question for the next 5 minutes. Huh? Well, okay, sure. Seems easy enough. Suddenly, Merceau let out a cry as he clutched his chest and fell to the floor. That did not sound like Merceau. Are you okay? Merceau, you okay? His eyes snapped open. Task failed. 5 minutes have not passed. I would like to imagine that too, Elusive. I just don't know how to do that. You're cheating. This reminds me of the incident Sinclair had so desperately wished to hide. What? The what? Who wished to what? Despite your belief that no one would ever find out your secret, there was one person who got to the bottom of the incident. Come on, just what did you see? Failed again. How is this improving their morale? 9 to 5. I had a so time with the class. Also, why is he just expert immediately? I didn't even notice that. So yeah, I really need to keep this high. True, Elusive, true. I mean, Dawn and Merceau will get to master eventually, if only because I need to keep her fucking mood high. So yeah, these are definitely not in order. I am kind of more exploring what the fucking combos are than I'm actually trying to focus on what the correct stats are to trade. And Honglu, you are bad at holy shit. Max speed up. That is a lot of skills. Okay, gotta throw Merceau in. Second. I mean, why do I need to read this? I don't know. Second form. Oh, third form. Oh, I see. I mean, I don't need to read this. It's not like I get to choose anything. Attention! Today's lesson will cover intelligence acquisition. In other words, men, you will learn how to gain information from people. Hey, I'm pretty good at that. You just have to turn them to your side by being generous with my spending, by setting a good example as superior, that eventually open up foolishness. Eh? That is among the worst strategies I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. Do you not see how wasteful it is to spend a limited military budget? How wasteful it is to spend so much precious time trying to butter them over? The most efficient means of obtaining intelligence is torture. Torture? Huh. I'd say that's the worst strategy I've ever had the displeasure of hearing. I'd rather not waste my client's strength on something so utterly useless like that. Besides, if you end up accidentally killing them, foolishness, foolishness. Jeez, can you stop saying that word? How simplistic and disappointing. Your imagination falls short. If that is all you can think of when you hear the word torture, then this unit, this isn't exactly a military unit. Then this Hongyuan may indeed be beyond your ability to lead. Well, I'm waiting. Get on with your lesson. The mention of Hongyuan seemed to put Zichun into a thoughtful mood as she stopped arguing and began focusing on the class. The most effective methods of torture isn't physical. Things like waterboarding, electrocution are all inferior. Today, you will learn the torture of language. With this method, you will always find the answer you want. Use speechcraft to entrap their minds, slowly constrict around them, and let them take brief sighs of relief every time they give you an answer. That, cadets, is what you will be learning today. To your positions, cadets! Oh, cool! Oh god, why does Merceau did not need a morale improvement? Because you really don't want the morale to go below 30 anyway, and he restores 40. Alright, let's do this. How badly did I fuck up? So I hear you've defeated Chief Wazhen. You would do best not to let that get to your head. He's always been our family's greatest champion. Hey, watch yourself. Haven't you learned not to underestimate the family underdogs? What? Oh, you don't know? You see, I managed to talk Chief Wazhen and, you know. What? No, it can't. He cannot have spilled the beans on my parents. My men are already on their way. But how did you know it was Block 32? I barely managed to get them a hiding spot there. Oh, so it's Block 32. Did you just... I will say, I really appreciate her putting to good use the lessons. I did. Huh, that was way easier than it was during class. I've heard stories about how you've changed. I didn't know you had changed into such a heartless woman. Say something, damn it. Don't just stand there completely expressionless and... Oh, I see. You won't be shaken by silly little things like this, is that it? That may befit the seat of the Heirarch. However, a leader who responds with silence to their inferiors, a leader who considers them only disposable tools is bound to rot. I, Shi Xijing, refuse to let someone so unqualified as yourself retain powers. Well, we haven't heard Ishmael's lesson yet. Why are you damaged? How do I get this woman to take off the fucking stagger threshold?
조금씩 아픔. 망설이지 않고 한 번.
I see.
다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Yeah, I guess I should have seen that coming. Also, did she just... I heard a Dawn quote in there. Man, she clashes like a motherfucker. Well, the good news is I survived. Damn it, I was so close. Did you ever really take the time to think about what might happen if Big Sister Wan-chan actually gained control of Hongyuan? Sure, it's going to be all buddy-buddy at first. She's going to acknowledge the authority of the board of directors, butt you up, and compensate you for your efforts. But soon, you're going to see people from other nests coming in here and taking up administrative positions under the guise of advisors. And it's the small families and clans that are going to suffer first. And when that time comes, I bet you'll be saying the same thing then. I was so close. It's going to be a while before other members of your family are let go. You know this already. They committed treason, thinking they were piggybacking off Big Sister Wan-chan's forces, when in reality she had already discarded them even before it began. She's made sure that nothing about this treason is going to stick to her. Mother, father. Now, let's think about this carefully, about Jiao Wan-chun's vision for Dagwan Yuan. Will it be more H-Corp or Q-Corp? Also, I want to point out, she used the Wizard's First Law at the beginning there. People are stupid. If you make them believe something they are afraid is true, they will believe you. I see the point you're making. But you've not given us any reason to trust you either. What guarantee do I have you won't just toss us aside when we're no longer useful? So, about that hiding place where you put your parents you just accidentally let slip. I'd known their whereabouts for a while, actually. My Heisho had identified their location long ago, but I didn't do anything because there wasn't any evidence that pointed to your parents' involvement. Is that true? Just how low is your opinion of the Heirarch? Big Sister Wan-chan made a big show of her own influence at the assembly, but I still have a tight control over the Heisho of the family Heirarch. But I thought you were arresting every member of the Shi family without even questioning them. What was it again? That leaders must take good care of those who are in the same boat as them? Why would any hierarch would go around arresting innocent people of H-Corp left and right, unnecessarily making more enemies for themselves? I sure don't plan on doing that. TCOC, taking care of children. Oh no. That's terrifying. Question, answer. Yes, I'm still collecting combos, goddammit. Which sinner would I trust most with a kid? Merceau, probably. Let's go down in order. Definitely not Yisong. Probably not Faust. Absolutely not Dawn unsupervised. Ryoshu, maybe, but she would probably still need supervision. Merceau would probably do a decent job. Honglu, maybe, depending on which Honglu. Ishmael would probably do a decent job too. Heathcliff might actually be decent with children. Depends on how much he can keep his temper in check. Rodion would do alright. I mean, Dante, not really, because he's Dante would scare children just by existing. Sinclair, maybe. Otis, maybe. And Gregor, probably not. But yeah, I'm going with Merceau because he's the only one psychologically stable enough to probably actually be decent. Ishmael as a close second. Speaking of, I'm going to include Honglu in this, even though I probably shouldn't. TKTDWK. Huh. Teaching kids how to deal with kids. Huh, she says. Looks like your manager's not the only one who needs a translator. I would have liked to teach a particularly bloody art class, but that AL black hair discarded my lesson plan. Yeah, no, I don't think your lesson plan would have flown even if Zilu wasn't here, artless or otherwise. Artless lady? In today's class, I'll SYNC if you're UA. Artless loser prop maybe. What? But I'll SEAN if you're a UC. Okay, so it's snap your neck cleanly if you're a unmannered adult. Whatever this is, unmannered child. Huh? I'll snap your neck completely if you're an unruly adult, but I'll soothe, coax, and nurture if you're an unruly child. Close enough. Did you guys rehearse this or something? Am I getting pranked right now? No, not at all. Just listen carefully, evaluate the context, and there you have it. What context? What context was I supposed to evaluate? Let the arts do the talking. MTL, kids. Ah, yeah, there's much to learn. Class is about to begin. Bring the class material, attendant. Yes. Upon the venerable family Heirarch's orders, I have brought a child from the Wang family. Why is Jiran... No, wait. What? You brought a who from a what family upon whose orders? Too many travel restrictions here, so I borrowed the rich kid's attendant. You've been bringing her along to get you to places, huh? No, I mean, just what do you mean by you brought that kid on my orders? Yoshu snuffed out her cigarette, opened the window to clear out the smoke, dusted off her clothing a few times, and only then brought the child to the elevated platform in front of the class. The kid's kinda trembling and anxious looking. I extend my greetings to the venerable Heirarch. That kid's scared out of his mind. Memories of childhood are important. They are the experiences that shape your future. Observe and learn. What's up with you acting serious all of a sudden? Though I do agree that childhood memories are important. My memories with Big Brother Bao are... What? Anyways, moving on. You heard nothing. The point is, I think becoming approachable to kids here might help prevent a lot of potential future conflict. But you've got your work cut out for you. Children of Daguan Yuan are extremely wary of anyone who is not their immediate family. Even worse, you pretty much tricked that kid here using my name. He must be terrified, and I imagine his parents must have given him a whole lot of warnings too. I'll give you a demonstration. Behold. FC, flawless class. Omniscience artist few rules. I mean, that's not unsurprising, elusive. Wow, he's really taking a liking to her. Yeah, he wouldn't stop crying when we tried to get him to calm down. Besides, how's she even doing that with her hands? Not even masters of martial arts move like that. Yoshu was practically giving him no time for any other distractions or even a moment to cry. She was taking care of that kid almost effortlessly. She was employing all kinds of techniques, including but not limited to ventriloquism, Kongshu, a traditional Hongryuan toy, fan tricks, sugared fruits, and eventually... Don't pull too hard. The child ended up piggybacking on Yoshu, the fear he showed earlier gone without a trace. Never would have imagined Yoshu would be good at this. Me? And with the exact same expression as her usual one, Yoshu was gently caressing the child. Well, to be more exact, she was giving him a gentle pat. But I think I get it. Showering kids with tasty stuff and gifts isn't the best way to go about it. What's important is helping them understand just what kind of person I am. Yeah, the kid's really on edge for his age. I'd start to make some progress, but whenever he suspected I was lying or something, he'd immediately go back to being on guard. And it's also because he's a Daguan Yuan kid. Kids don't survive this place for long if they're not quick on the uptake. Venerable Heirarch, may I ask you something? Well, asking's free, but I gotta tell you, it's going to depend on what you're about to ask, whether I can help you or not. Huh? Wrong move, Rookie Heirarch. Why say all that when TVDT? You don't get the immaculacy of succinct abbreviations. 2 words would... Yoshu grabbed the child's shoulders, brought him before Jia Zijun, then in her usual curtness, spoke precisely 2 words to the confused child, and that seemed to do the trick. Speak, Keda. Side note, I love the italicization. It's, my big sis said that when the family Heirarch works over, I can finally play tons with friends. But their parents told them to stay inside because it's too dangerous outside. My cousins say you're the biggest and the baddest of the Hongryuan, Venerable Heirarch. So I wanted to ask you if you can make Daguan Yuan safe. I want to play with my friends. Gotcha. I'll review your suggestion positively. She says she'll totally make that happen. Sometime later, after Jiran guided the child out of the classroom, I found Jia Zichun whispering something to herself. You've got a lot on your plate, huh? Dealing with restructuring days is just one of them. I was going to try to improve the safety of this place anyway, whether he asked me to or not. Safe enough for a kid like that to run around the market all on his own. A place where he doesn't have to be afraid to go outside.
I think Ryoshi would actually put her cigarette down if she was dealing with children. Don't breathe smoke into children's eyes.
There's some threats and intimidating expression I could use to frighten the target.
Alright, you, and you. Taking acts. Huge success in next class. So, in other words, split these two with a class that gets a lot of points. Hotbox. Oh right, because both of them smoke. Oh, I see. An alternative morale improvement. Alright, what's that best? I'm also kind of sad that we don't get to Oh, I see. I'm also kind of sad that, Dojal, brain, focus. That we don't get to have a sparring match against Sinclair. Well... Elusive, that's not helping. Like, I imagined that we would have the first spotting match would be against Sinclair. Rhodia. I'm gonna pick you. You know something? Everyone communicates with their eyes even before they talk. So you better pay attention to what their eyes are saying. Great, that's really great, but I don't know, it just kind of feels like an oddly specific subject to be talking about, especially when we're sitting around a gambling table. Oh my god, they're doing Salma. Like, what kind of mahjong is this anyway? Sinclair? Given the time limit, this just happened to be the fastest and clearest method of demonstrating and training your abilities to control your emotions. I swear I had no other ulterior motive. I was practically forced to do this. Yeah, Hong Kong style probably, right? Ah, Wei, stop glaring at us like that and join us at the table. I am only briefly visiting my lady to pick up some paperwork. As there is still much work to be done, I'll be leaving in no time. Come on, guy. You know this game needs 4 players. I refuse your invitation. I must say, it's ridiculous of me to force my lady to partake in such a basic activity. And what audacity to invite me as well. Oh, so you think you don't have a chance, huh? Wow, and here I thought you would at least be better than me at this game. Fine, I get it. Don't play a game you have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. It's a good philosophy, I subscribe to it. Do you seriously think your shallow, obvious attempts at goading me into playing this game will work? Huh? Huh? What? Sorry, Scrub says what?
yourself any joint the table. I don't actually know how you make the wall. Alrighty, the lesson's pretty straightforward. You three will work together to ensure that I don't win this game. In other words, make sure I'm not number one by the end of it. Well, that seems easy enough. But be warned, I have the special power to read into your minds without getting even a word out of your mouth. Let me give you a demonstration. Let's see, Sinclair, I can see the corners of your lip twitching while your eyes are suspiciously wandering over there. You're looking to form a pang, aren't you? Ooh! And Zichun, you... And you want this dong tile I've got. Now I know to never ever discard this tile. How do you know? Honestly, it would have been tougher for us to not know. You can let yourself be anxious, sure, but don't ever let it peek through. The moment someone smells your weakness, they're going to eat you right up. And may you... Please take those glasses off. Using the glint of your glasses to hide your eyes, huh? Phew, this isn't gonna be easy. Your greatest mistake tonight was allowing me a seat in this state. I already know the ready hand you've got there. Oh, you do? Not bad, but you're just as much of an open book, my guy. You just need that one Zhong tile, don't you? Sorry, not sorry, you're not getting that tile. Because it's not there. Gone! Are these Korean words or... Also, those are clearly not honor tiles. I see. You called Gangmao so you can claim the Zhong, which was the rearmost tile, didn't you? Ha! Does that by any chance imply that you somehow know the location of every tile in this game? Nah, no way. I just have the sixth sense for bad finds. I can tell you this, Elusive, that's definitely not Chinese words. Or at least not the Chinese words I know. Very well. Never once did I think I would ever step back into this dark world of shadows, but... very well. Then I'll be setting this one aside, and... Ew, I'm impressed. They're way too intense. I can hardly get involved. This is... Isn't this supposed to be a class for us? Shh, my lady. The importance of this moment could not be overstated. I see. Swapped out your ready hand, didn't you? What do you think? 3 Hua tiles in a row, huh? I see you've done some innate luck too. Very well then. I'll have to wager it all on this once. I won. Who? That's a Xing Yao Jiu. Your downfall was written the moment you forced me to discard Shang. Oh darn, I lost that, huh? Well played. Did you see that, my lady? Who? I apologize for that vulgar display. I will bring some tea. Wei, victorious, stumbles out of the room with his shoulders. Huge success in class. I didn't just learn how to hide my feelings. I learned how to make whatever expressions I want. Finally won a round against your project. I need to make a fucking spreadsheet. But I'm probably gonna
actually play this optimally when I do this by myself. Alright, if I do combo those two, don't put Dawn last. Alright. Decapitation. Alright, Chain Smokers Anonymous. Just because you smoke doesn't mean you need to get a Toracalgia ego. That's not how ego works. Adaptivation skill improved, Crimson Phoenix skill improved, Widening Knowledge, and Reassuring Heart. Oh shit! Wait, what? I mean, I guess that's our way of making that work. What? Why is this a thing? I heard from Big Bro that you sent your coins to Big Brother Q. Every hand, once in circulation, goes round and round until it eventually returns to their original orbit. Look, Elusive, I'm trying to be a little bit optimal with the morale. I also heard that some of the Wang family helped with removing the foreign powers from here. Why? I only wanted to prevent this place from getting robbed blind. I live here, you know. This is where my wealth lies. Well then, can I ask for your public support? Oh, I applaud your audacity in thinking someone who just gave you the moon should be asked for the stars as well. Everyone and their mother knows in whose hand the true political powers lies. With that in mind, let's say that I do announce my public support. I'm not going to have a voice to speak with by the time the powers that be are done with me. Look, if Big Sis Yuan-Chun genuinely believes that I'm not fit to be the family hierarch, then I'll happily remove myself from power. But she's affiliated with QCon. Do you seriously believe she has Hongwon's best interest at heart with all those conspiracies she's been weaving under the surface? All those business deals and clearly skewed policy? I do not. But if you're going to present yourself as the alternative, then you have to be someone concrete enough to rely on. Let me just say that about half of the board of directors' votes may as well be considered abstaining votes. They are keeping their silence because they are afraid of Zhao Yuan-Chun's retaliation. So, your remaining task is to convert those silent votes in your favor. Oh, not shaken by that at all, huh? I thought you'd get that lost and wondering look in your eyes. I guess I'll have to work on my poker face. No. Most people would have failed to pick that up. You've clearly changed since the evaluation. Your growth shows a lot of promise. Maybe that's why he handed his coins over to you. Well, I guess that's not the only thing he handed over to you, I suppose. On once tomorrow. Anyways, I should probably do as I'm told from now. I
my cousins will be your opponent. I won't accept you as my Heirarch just yet. Fight me and prove that you're at least better than I am. Only then I'll accept you.
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것. 좋아, 구조를 파악했어. 봉황의 날개처럼. 다른 누구도 아닌 나 자신을 들여다봐야 해.
Let this go smoothly.
What? Do you have something to say to my face? Yeah. Don't give my little brother your crap. Your little brother? You know who I'm talking about. Do you have any idea of the mess you left behind when you yoinked that kid away? That buzzcut kid was her little brother? You can barely even hold onto your seat, which you're about to lose soon enough anyway, and you have the gall to give him false hope? I know it's all just politics to you, but kids really believe you, you know? I heard from the kid that you seemed relieved upon hearing what I said. Told me you were happy for once. Told me you were happy for once to hear that he had a fun time after being parked from playing with his friends with how things are in Hong. Shut up! Besides, it's not all just hot air. What? I wasn't making an empty promise when I said I will change Hong to be a place where everyone can live without fear. And for that, I'm going to protect my seat of power, no matter what it takes. You'll fail. Not with you on my side. We all know what Big Sister Yuan Chun's Hong Yuan looks like. It'll be exactly the same in essence, and you will be the same for the foreseeable future. Tell me, are you sure you're okay with handing over the same burden we've all carried our lives to your little siblings? No, of course not. Wang Qinshan left in a hurry, but that look in her eyes told me that there was conflict brewing in her. Fighting's all about morale, and yet you don't raise any. I didn't mean to click that. Let's see. Who would he combo with? I'm gonna set in Dawn and Ismail, just because they're the comedy duo. Well, they're the angry comedy duo. Gregor and Rodio are the fun comedy duo. Right, lads, listen up. This ain't gonna be like them boring old classes you've sitting through. You've got to leave the desk behind once in a while to learn some real life lessons, yeah? Right, so here's the deal. You want us to break their morale before their brawl even begins. Brawl? Brawl? Learn this by heart and you'll be kicking those twat sauces left and right and center. That's not exactly what I'm looking for. So, Heathcliff, I've got to ask this question. Something about your club seems different today. It looks a lot more colorful, too. Bollocks, lads. bollocks, the lad catches on quick. That way bloke said something about how swinging around a real cloud might come off as too threatening and confiscated. That high-tech weapon cries boom when it hits me.
Oh my god! What?
I see. Oi, don't you underestimate me just cause I'm holding a different bludgeon. Let's get on with it. Straighten your shoulders. Eyes wide open. Let's get cracking. With that, Heathcliff triumphantly raised his newfound weapon towards the sky. It made a small boop noise. Boop! Shape it. Class success rate minus 10%. So I should not use that combo then. Okay, what the fuck is this passive? Spit it or fix it. Remove the first stagger threshold from the unit. Oh, I get it. Let's see. Gregor, Heathcliff, and Rhodia, because there's no way the comedy duo doesn't have a combo. I didn't think it would just be the comedy duo, though. And of course she gets used as an X class. Which doesn't help. What the hell? Where's Dante? Rambling tales from the drunken Paul. Slot in Honolulu. And Heathcliff, why not? And he doesn't get a combo. And he doesn't get... Oh, he's already master, that's why. This class, after an uncharacteristic pause, Zelu continued, will be taught by a guest lecturer who has been invited for your tutelage. A guest lecturer? But I wasn't informed of this. Where are they? I don't know. Maybe they're lost. A little bird told me that the venerable Heirarch will be give me a bottle of top-notch cloudy wine straight from Dagewan Wan's brewer. Hooey! There any truth to that, folks? That guy. Just stopping by to see if I can leave some liquor at this party. Hungwan's an awfully miserly place, but you'd spare a shot of liquor for this poor old drifter, won't you? Well, you're clearly not just any poor old drifter. Are you guys acquainted? He ambushed us in our room after our first round of the family Heirarch. He what? The family Heirarch war's been over for a while, and everyone in Hongyuan knows who the winner is. How dare a mongrel like you, who only knows how to mooch off of other families, set foot in it? Looks like I'm going to have to give my client a stern talking to. How could they let slip a drunk assassin like... I see that our youthful Heirarch is plenty suspicious. I have been a guest in many places. Please, I am no moocher. Put your worries to rest. I am only a drunkard who enjoys a cool drink of liquor with scenic landscapes as my bar, the sky as my ceiling, and the dirt as my bed. How have you not gotten killed by sweepers yet? The man who had introduced himself as the night drifter of the drunken palm leaped down landing with dexterity that betrays the rags he wore as clothing and a terrible stench of liquor emanating. Is he seriously? Bad news, Mrs. Jun. Apparently, Jia Wanchun's bestowed upon you a new master. Huh? Big Sister Yuanchun? She also wanted us to deliver the message that she was sending a master because, and I quote, I feel a deep sense of trepidation and pity for my dearest little sister, the neophyte Heirarch, who must be struggling left and right without a proper master. Wow, I am beside myself with gratitude. So that's the supposed teacher? This mysterious guy with a mysterious allegiance who might stab us in the back at any time? As you said, the family Heirarch war is over, and even mongrels of hungry one know who has the legitimacy. The incident during the contest was nothing more than a business, a job to take care of in return for what compensation they gave me. I hope you don't carry that grudge in your heart. I'm sure you didn't harm your rivals in the family Heirarch war out of personal vendetta, did you? Sometimes business is just business. I killed young Master Baoyu, for they promised to pay off my bar tab, and I'm here to give the Heirarch a lesson, for they promised to pay off my future tabs. There's nothing to be gained by taking your anger out on a gig worker living hand to mouth like myself, don't you think? I'll advise that the optics and the consequences of rejecting a master sent to us by Jia Wanchun yourself is not going to look too good. I know, it's only going to make me look worse, and I'd rather not give Big Sister Wanchun more ammunition to take me down. And you there, we'll have our eyes tracking your every move, so don't do anything that might rouse unnecessary suspicion. Hooey, ain't that a friend? Can hardly taste a wand before such hostility. Despite Sod's death serious warning, the Night Drifter's response was only a hearty chore. Before I begin the lesson, I'd like to get an idea of where my to-be pupils are. Now give me a demonstration, if you will. Swing away! Aha! That's enough. But I was just getting started. Your form is flawed and your breathing is hollow. Need I see more? Flawed forms often invite flawed hearts. In other words, your martial arts prowess is amateurish. What the heck is this guy serious? I have never had a single master who had anything bad to say about my form. Your arms are straight, and the legs supporting your stance are solid and sturdy. Indeed, most masters would not bother themselves if I followed them. But let me pose this question. Are you, my venerable pupil, satisfied with martial arts that are made to dispatch unskilled peasants and no more? Huh? There is more to this than raw strength. Now take a swing at me instead. Alright, you asked for it! Zhao Zichun takes a powerful swing at the Night Drifter. Your mind outpaces your body, your intent more transparent than a glass globe. And your edge is dull, for it has very little heart for face. But he deftly weaves his way between her strikes, which failed to even touch the tip of his ragged cloak. Ah! You are far too eager to strike, focused singularly on your opponent, with force distributed unevenly across your body, so you will fail to cut and gain a little hole as comeuppance. Then the Night Drifter points Zhao Zichun's back with a twig. I just realized he's holding a twig. Everyone vying for the seat of the family Heirarch has to go through it eventually. The first kill. Some say the earlier, the better. Mine was when I was 13. Not too early, not too late, just right. It's already been a few years since my foolish brother locked himself in his chamber. Last I heard, he was bedridden for a week after ingesting some poison someone had sent to prank him. I'm not going to live like that dumbass. Try to relax your body, won't you? You have a weapon, yes, but one mustn't singularly focus on your opponent. Do try to reflect upon yourself, and relax. Let the unnecessary strength go. Let it flow out of your body. Tensing up as you do will naturally shrink your mind and narrow your vision. Hey, Bay, should I send Big Bro a silver spoon or something? It wasn't that bad this time, but what if they gave him a way worse poison next time? You know young Master Bao Yu won't accept your gift, my lady. No doubt he's even seeking the culprit now. So stupid. Zero interest in anything practical. Zero ambition. What a silly, pathetic attitude to have. Just how... But, my lady, it wasn't practicality that guided you when you chose to save my life over maintaining your control over the Wu branch. Some seek the state of anatta, this non-self. What they seek is the path of asura, reserved for the likes of blade fiends. You must learn to let go of everything, except for the self. What kind of life is to live without stepping over others? Let it all go. The gazes, pressures, all of it. Instead, face yourself and only yourself. And feel how light it all becomes. After some fun, Zijun's form visibly relaxes. It wasn't just her form that relaxed. Her pursed lips seem to have found peace as well. She's got it. Well then, what should we do about you, my overconfident, proud beauty? Will you maintain your grave and cocky silence? I wasn't being cocky! If my memories haven't failed me yet, you were one of young Master Jiao Baoyu's underlings, correct? Underling? Yeah, however you want to call it, I guess. Sinclair replied with a resigned sigh. Just why do you think it was that you, specifically you, among his 12 underlings, were chosen to take this class alongside the young Heirarch? Sinclair momentarily flashed a flustered expression, taken off guard by the stranger's sudden pointed method, but he soon regained his composure and replied, well, who else beside me would ever go along with these lesson plans? Don Quixote is going to ditch the classes out of boredom, same for Rodia, and Otis will try to take over the classes. Not to mention what it would have to be like to have Heathcliff here and... Such a loquacious list of excuses. Struck a nerve, did I? How come you know so little about yourself, even less than what I have already learned about you? What are you talking about? A bird that has failed to break its shell in time to wander within its confines. I still don't understand what you're talking about. Even as he said so, Sinclair's expression seemed more like anxiety than confusion to me. Prepare yourself to flit away before the rain. You won't get another chance should you miss the opportunity. Then the night drifter giggled flippantly, a suddenly serious attitude nowhere to be seen. Been a while since I let myself babble on for this long. I suppose I can credit my foolish pupils for it. Prepare to swing away. Enemy of yesterday, friend of today. I emptied all distracting thoughts and let the flow of battle swing my way. I think I managed to cut something through something invisible. Holy shit! That is a lot of stats. Apply one to all allies, including this unit. Merceau. You. How about we put the Frenchman and the Englishman together? Class over. Oh god. Crimson defeated 4 from cheats. This is good approved. POW torture technique. What the? My bestie and her rifle has. Crimson Cleave. What do you mean she learned the Crimson Cleave? How did she learn a new skill? Fifth form wings. On crit kill fail against enemy use. Oh, I see. I mean, I figured that out, guys. I'm running out of. I guess I already know these, huh? I'm running out of combos to put together. Or rather, I'm running out of things that aren't mastered. So, -8, -8. Do I do -8 again? I guess it's fine. The Tianya sword passive and how to survive passive. Okay, what are these? And 15 plus voice potency. Ooh. That half voice potency though, that's kind of nasty. So if she stacks voice, she gets. Oh, nice. That's useful. All right. I saw. I thought I recognized you. Damn, am I glad to get my hack screw back on. It's a precious sight to watch everyone all freaking out about this child's play. All the missed news I've been hearing since I opened my ass in the recovery room sound very enticing. I really wish I was there to watch it all. Half the family heads getting arrested for treason. The seat of a family Heirarch going to some inexperienced kid from the Jia family. Not to mention how my lovely little sister had her engagement called off, and how she's now being branded as a traitor to her own blood. All the entertainment in the world seems to have happened during my little nap, don't you think? You didn't even show your face at regular assembly, so I doubt you've any concern for the future of Hong Yuan. So just what are you doing? I just thought I'd have some fun!
중요한 건 내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Why do you have something new to tell me?
좋아, 구조는 파악했어.
So basically, if she crits with her second ability on the last point, she gets a follow-up.
조금씩 앞으로. 그 해결사의 역경에 비하면 지도자라면
Kick his ass,
포기하지
Jun.
않아.
Yep, I am on S1's third form. Why does that matter? Unless she fucked up her fucking coins!
Alright, next! Why stop now? Decapitate me like my last death, or stab me in the heart, cut my limbs to ribbons! Listen, this duel's just a spar, okay? We don't have to kill each other for this to happen. Yeah, now isn't this frustrating? You have the opportunity of a lifetime right before your eyes, and you're too weak to use it. You have everyone who fights you on every step of your way coming to you, practically presenting their heads on a silver platter. And you're just gonna let them slink away with these scratches? Get your act together. Family Heirarch war's over, and I'm not going to kill someone just because they're being a bit uncooperative. Get real! Do you have any idea how long it'll take for you to gain even a morsel of power by playing this fool's game? Hey, wanna hear a little tip on how you can firmly establish your position as the family hierarch? Kill me in the most horrible, painful, hideous way you can imagine. And hang my corpse by the entrance of that assembly hall over there. Use me to send a clear message. And station every single one of your hateful packs between every pillar at the assembly hall. And if everyone dares to speak out against you, snap! Chop off their head before they can get another word. 5 days. It'll only take 5 days before everyone starts eating out of your hand. And that's how you establish yourself as a hierarch. Fear is power. No, I don't want to do it every day. I'm here to make Hongyuan a place where its people can live without fear. I thought you, of all people, might understand. I remember how you used to hate hurting me, more so than anyone else. Man, what a boring answer. That was duller than even my dullest expectation. It'll only take a few years until you break, until you become just like them. Just like how the family hierarchs of the past who couldn't help but ruthlessly weed out any seeds of resistance. Just like how many people here do you think still have any grip on yourself? Let's try it again. Just how many people here do you think still have any grip left on their sanity? Maybe I'm only a few years away from becoming an idiot shuffling aimlessly around Taguanyuan. I can only hope that I won't be a slobbering mess by the time that happens. If something entertaining is gonna happen, I can only hope that it happens while I'm still sane. Zhui Pan sauntered away, but Jia Zhitun found it difficult to move on. Excellent work, my lady. You have passed the 4th exam with flying colors. You have certainly crushed them for underestimating you. I am. My lady? Jia Zhitun seems deeply engrossed in thought. Why are you asleep? Ma'am? Oh, her morale is awful. I know she's probably gonna get kicked right back up, but just in case she isn't. Also, how have I only gotten half the combos? My lady seems to be in a particular mood today. It's all useless, isn't it? Zichun? When these classes end and you guys all leave, I guess I'll be spending my days worried to death that an assassin could pop up out of nowhere and kill me at any moment. Consumed by so much paranoia and that I'll start twitching at shadow. And worried that I'll start switching at shadows from lamplights. So would it mean anything for me to, prove to them that I deserve to be the family hierarch? I've spent my whole life trying to prove to everyone that I have the will and determination to become the family hierarch. And now I have to prove to everyone that I deserve to keep it? To those bastards who only thought in their empty heads, is how they can expand their runes? Mr. Wei, have you ever heard of playing hooky before? Playing hooky? Is it a euphemism for eliminating your enemy? Well, I've rarely done it back when I was in school, but
when there's too much going on in your head, you can just skip school and go out to play. Oh. I've only done it once myself, after a friend talked me into it. I agree. It seems that the time for my lady to clear her head has come. Very well. Let us play. Just one hooky. What are you guys doing? Come on, let's get moving. I gotta prove myself, don't I? I gotta have those bastards' approval, don't I? She's in a really bad mood today, huh? My lady, have you visited the backyard of the Lugerie Hermitage as of late? No, but I know what happened there. They threw in a few dead bodies from the massacre a decade ago, turned the pond foul, and decided to bury the whole thing. Indeed they did. The stench was so overwhelming and toxic that corpses of animals and plants could be seen floating on its surface, eventually turning the pond into a festering black bog. People passing by had to plug their noses or risk passing out. So why even bring up something awful like that? It seems that a tree has taken root there, my lady, amidst all that rot. A willow. The willow tree reached deep into the pond with its root, clearing it off with the foul grease, cleansing the water. And one day we found it clear and glittering, thriving with other aquatic plants growing within. It's recovered from the rot, becoming a normal, cleared pond surrounded by leaves and moss. Some months ago, they introduced a few carps there, and when they checked again, they were just as vivacious as they were on their first day there. Would you like to pay the pond a visit, if it is alright with you? Chun didn't seem to quite buy his explanation, but she followed him anyway. You weren't kidding! I have avoided this place for so long! Why is this shot a thing? Why did we need to see this color of her safety shorts? Why do her safety shorts do not go up to her left leg? What is this? That is above her hip line. God damn it, elusive. I never thought it could be this clean again. I can hardly believe that this pond used to be a rotten bog. All that happened while this tree... What was that this tree happened to take root? What matters, my lady, is patience and determination. Of course, this place had slipped my mind then, as I was quite swamped with work, but... Elusive, goddammit. You know what? As a student of the Red Grail, I approve of your degeneracy, but also... The world has a stronger capacity to heal itself than one might imagine. Recovery will follow, as long as there is a steady root to rally around. After a long break that seemed to freshen even our hearts. Nice, you're making good progress. Your form, the light in your eyes, I think you've certainly improved in all aspects. I dare say you've had some change of heart, too. Yeah, I do feel a tad more comfortable than I did before. Yep, that was to be expected. Took the class. By playing various games with Rhodia, I didn't just learn how to hide my expression, I learned how to hide my gesture cells too. Alright. 1, what's that passive? Apathetic response. Another allies are hit, gain 1. Okay, so that's useless. I mean, I'm guessing it's not useless in the actual Intervallo, but it's useless now. And 4/4 binding. These descriptions are so fucking wordy. My eyes actually bounce off the wall of text. Why is Heathcliff enforced? Okay, so I'm getting the feeling that it's going to be 2 per. No, because Honolulu is free. And it's free per then. What do we know about Heathcliff? I mean, we know he's got one with Ishmael. Gonna add Gregor just to upgrade him. Or Gregor rather. And Yisong. I haven't done Yisong in forever. Actually, the Ren is too high as it is. Or rather, the Ren is out basic as it is. So I'm gonna pick Faust. Because she is kind of lagging. Right, class. Here's a new task to help you lot learn how to break your enemy's morale. The moment you shrink in front of your enemies, you've already lost. So don't. It don't matter how many there are, or how threatening you look, yeah? Take me, for example. Have I ever turned tail and fled like some milksop, no matter what enemy we were put against? I don't think you ever have. Leave it to the nerds to waste time coming up with strategies and what have you. Listen, there ain't a problem in the world you can't solve by boldly rushing in headfirst. Ishmael and Otis would have boldly rushed into headfirst to shake him by his lapels if they'd been here. Does he even have lapels? Here's what I think. Neither of you have got enough pluck. That's why neither of you could say shite against those buggers back at the assembly hall. Am I right? Jiaozijun maintained her silence. The old scar on her pride growing sore again. So let me help you lot by growing some backbone. Try getting mad at me. No need to shrink, lad. Stand proud. Well, okay, but how could I... Don't worry about offending me, yeah? I can take it. Unlike you two, I've built up enough thick skin for all kinds of insult thanks to my years in the back streets. I'm bloody invincible. Yeah? Well, shut up, Heathcliff. Shut up, Heathcliff. Good lad. You're hardly even a teacher, man. This class sucks. All you're doing up there is standing around and trying to look cool. Oh, that one's gotta sing a little. That's it, you little shite. Is what I would have said back in the day, and I probably would have struck you with this hammer. I mean my club. But I've changed too, you know. Why did I add a you know? And so did you. I can see that the fire in your eyes has grown. Remember this feeling, yeah? I will. Now let's practice. And looks like both of you have the perfect sparring partner in each other. Grab your weapons, the both of you. Huh? You mean us? Me and Zichun? I grew my backbone by getting into fisticuffs with the boys doing in my backstreet days. They break my arm, I break their legs in return. See what I mean? Is that what besties is supposed to mean? Zichun asked with considerable confusion. Well, let's do this, I guess? You don't want me to go easy on you, do you? I don't. Oh!
최고의 방책은 전쟁이 일어나지 않게 하는 것.
Heal 10 SP has returned, gain attack power, trash into edge. Oh, why is he... I mean...
좋아.
How did
구조를
you...
파악했어.
That was struggling. How did you win that?
내가 어떤 사람인지 알게 하는 것.
Stick cone.
봉황이 날개처럼.
Why is his stagger threshold so high?
해결사의 역경에 비하면 다른 누구도 아닌 나
Sinclair, you're gonna
자신을
get your
기억하고.
ass kicked. Oh no. One who seeks to be born must first destroy a world. I just realized breaking stagger threshold is literally going to lead to him breaking out of the egg, isn't it? Oh no. Clash. Well, at least it's dominated. Also, what's the fifth form called? Just wait. Binding and flow step. Just barely elusive. Did you see that attack? Just barely. Alright, that's good enough. Bloody hell, lad. That was much closer than I thought. Good match. Jeez, don't most people usually lose steam the longer a fight gets? What the heck was that at the end? The two of them clashed with everything they learned, and with all they learned up until the lesson began, I thought for sure that Jiazi Chun would come out on top without breaking a sweat, given that Sinclair wasn't using an identity and frustrating Jiazi Chun as a family hierarch, but perhaps thanks to the Night Drifter's teachings, or thanks to that mark on his forehead, I saw a glimpse of Sinclair I'd only seen in a select few mirror worlds. You're right, Sinclair. Huh? Oh yeah, it's not like we were going at it with real weapons, and the fight ended before it got any further, thankfully, so I'm not hurt or anything. I'm feeling a bit of a fever on my forehead, though. It didn't seem like Sinclair noticed a single yet clear red line that appeared on his forehead. It's not like anything bad happens when that mark manifested back in La Manchaland, but considering that Damien and Rim were the only people who'd ever shown that mark, I couldn't help but worry a little. Hey, you ever run away from home before? Where's this coming from? Going by the way you're acting, it's clear to me that you're a homebody, but there's something behind your eyes that tells me that your life hasn't all been sunshine and rainbows. I wouldn't call it running away from home. It's more like I left home. Because I didn't have a choice. How did that feel? Like I was melting away into nothing. I suddenly had to face the whole terrible world all on my own, and it was so overwhelming that, well, I'm sure you can't quite commiserate. You've been on top of your game your whole life after all. I did Dagwan 1 by my own volition, but let me try that again, I fucked that up. I did leave Dagwan Yuan by my own volition, but if I'm being honest, and here's something that I never told Ray, I felt unutterably lost. There was so much that I had to do, so much responsibility. I guess neither of us were that ready for the world when we left home. I feel just as lost back home though. And there's Heathcliff too. He also left home. Some time ago, we paid a visit to the manor he grew up in. Leaving home must have been pretty exciting for him. You have no idea how much of the journey back he spent gussying up and primping his hair. Something just came up. Class dismissed. Actually pretty similar. Ooh, a morale spend for a huge success. I learned the art of Mad Dog and Decisive Action. Managed to understand the trouble most foot soldiers go through and learned to get a better idea of the flow of the battle. Oh damn, I burned through the morale. How to prepare for... What does that do? Counter start, heal 10 SP, gain 2 FN. Oh, I see. Nice. You know what? I'm betting that Rhodia and the Night Drifter have something. Guess not? I meditated the 20 thing except for the sound. I'm still getting there, but I think I've got the idea. Crimson Spring 4 God of Gamblers passive. On Clash Wing without losing any coins. Regardless of whether they hit head or not, if every coin flipped by its skill, down to the final coin, flipped heads or the final coin deals... Huh? Oh, regardless of whether they hit or not. Huh? What do you mean regardless of whether they hit or not? Is this including unbreakable coins? Because she doesn't have any yet. Okay, Rambling Tales from the Drunken Palm. What's some alternate, alternate morale improvements? That, preferably ones that don't involve... Okay, so, I'm gonna Vegard and Yosh. Talking with swords. I see. So, are you going to teach us any techniques? It's only been a few days since your training began, yet. My other martial arts masters would teach me their secret techniques. So that's what got you two pouting all lesson. Ooh-wee! Now, that's some good wine. Very well, I'm in the mood. Let me teach you a useful trick. Really? Tell me, what did I teach you to do as you swung your sticks? Forget all those things that put pressure on me and face nothing but myself and my movements. And that's only the start of it. First, emptiness of sound. A slight friction from the tips of your toes, the ruffle of your clothes, your breaths. Raise them up. Raise every ripple and echo you leave upon the screen. The Night Drifter stands before us, but his presence becomes as hazy as mist. Despite the wild movements, we hear nothing. Second, emptiness of form. To have a form is to provide your foes with clues to predict your next move. Forget your weapons in your hands. Forget your structured forms. Break the mold. Become the flow. Let only your will remain. Randomness seeps into his movements until all semblance of patterns becomes lost. There was something clownish about his unpredictable movements, but they were also so hypnotic and floaty that Jazzy Tune and Sinclair couldn't look away. Last, emptiness of mind. Try not to force the direction of your heart. empty your desires and intentions both. Stab without thinking, penetrate without gazing. Both Jiazijun and Sinclair's necks were marked by small imprints of the twig that pressed their skin. And Zilu, who had been standing next to me all along, had leapt a small distance away, seemingly deep in thought. And my neck hurts too. Yes, I wasn't spared from the lesson. I wonder if this fits that saying Yi Sung utters from time to time, to lose one's nose with eyes open. Immerse yourself. Make sure your descent is slow and gradual. You've been focusing entirely on the self within your swings thus far, so you should find it quite easy to reach that state of emptiness of mind. Didn't I just say that one must take it slowly and gradually? Empty your mind already. I'd have taught you everything had you entered upon my tutelage a long time ago. Am I doing this right? No, wait, I need to relax more. So our new Heirarch has found herself the clue to add to the emptiness of form. What technique is this? It's all just movements at the end of the day. I find it entirely not unnecessary to give them those flashing names. A truly secret technique should come without one. Phew. Well, it's still supposed to be our ultimate move, right? Wouldn't it be more official to give it a name? Well, in that case, hooey, that's some good wine indeed. I guess I'll go with something like Plastered Sleep Unrestrained Rippers. That name sucks. The class comes to an end with an ultimate move that was probably named in haste. Zilu, who had been observing the class from a distance, approaches the Night Drifter. Been a while since I saw someone give a lesson like this, starting from its very fundamentals. Hardly can one find a pupil willing to slowly learn from the very fundamentals in a world of infinite technological advancements from the Veil. I am only fortunate enough to have found 2 pupils who are indeed so willing. Your gate, your token. Were you among 10 Blades of the East? Now, it seems entirely unnecessarily for you today, as I don't recall putting anything on your tab. Put your futile questions to rest, for I have no answers to give. The past is like smoke. I have long emptied any history worth delving into. Oh, he's totally a pinky. Really? Also, I kinda hate that these people aren't in order. Oh, holy shit, we're at the end already. I did terribly. Well, I'm supposed to teach this class, but honestly, I'm not entirely sure what to do here. It's not like I can suddenly teach you guys to hear the phantoms of other people's hearts. Yeah, it's not like we can suddenly have a heart-to-heart out of nowhere, right? And that is precisely why I have installed this box called Messages from the Heart by the board here when the lessons began. When the lessons first began. Messages from the Heart? The greatest strength of Messages from the Heart is its anonymity. Here, people can anonymously share the concerns that have been eating away at them without the fear of judgment. I mean, my message from the heart is please write judgment with an E, or rather with a second E. Yeah, this seems like a great idea. I can see how everyone can be more honest about their feelings behind the masks of anonymity. The box is quite heavy. It seems that everyone's been making quite a liberal use of this. Let's see. The one on the bottom has to be the first message. Let's see what it says. Oi, I've got to ask, do those consultations even do anything? Does this mask of anonymity even do anything? Oh my god, we're taking shots at the concept of anonymous feedback. Also, what's the point of these messages anyway? If you've got to whinge at their face. Well, I ain't got much else to say, so, I've got one. My neighbor next door keeps making weird noises at night, so do something about that, yeah? Something about a smoking head, or over and over again. The point is, it's been getting on my nerves. If that doesn't get taken care of in a week, I'll deal with it in my own way. Deal with it how? It's all just personal grievances. Let's see what the next one says. Who dares harrow the executive manager with such useless, weak-minded complaints? If you're going to continue wasting the executive manager's precious times and cause them trouble, I will personally hold you responsible for that blunder. You best can prepare yourself for consequences. Wow, it's like she's right here, speaking right into my ear. Never thought written words could cause hearing damage. Moving on. I don't know if it's just me, but... No, that's Rhodia. I don't know if it's just me, but... Someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? No, that's not Rhodia, that's Gregor. Gregor's the only one paranoid enough. Someone's probably been spying on these papers, huh? Nope, it's Ishmael after all. Okay, never mind. Why am I so bad at knowing these people? I've got proof too. I folded this piece of paper up into a padlock notch shape, but whoever spied on it did a pretty bad job of replicating it. Oh, and another thing, my compass disappeared. It's a compass I got for surviving the hellish depths of the Belmorta trenches. We're going to have to re-establish some house rules soon. A theft report? Did one of you steal our compass or something? Nah, no way. We never steal from each other, no matter how hard things get. Something troubles me. Oh, someone finally submitting a real concern here. Was it the Type A wire that caused the explosion, or was it caused by replacing the clamp part from the shape shattering gear? Ah, the likely answer has been found. Do not concern yourselves with this message. Well, there was that, I guess. Look, I finally found... That has to be personal. Look, I finally found that I should really share this with everyone. This one might be something serious. I can't just let this slip away like nothing happens, you know? You know it's Gregor, I think. No, I'm so bad at... How am I still so bad at knowing these people? Yeah, I know about the incident that happened aboard Mephi some time ago. Remember how someone smashed an alarm clock against Dante's head while they were sleeping? No one ended up figuring out what happened there, right? You're going to have to bring me up to speed on this. Yeah, I don't know exactly when this was, but there was a loud shattering noise outside at night, so we all ran out to see what happened. But no one managed to find any credible clues, so I guess we just let it slide? Guys? are we actually bringing the April Fool's things into canon all of a sudden? Anywho, Dante said they were A-okay, so I just moved on from it, but I'm telling ya, I saw what I saw. I saw Greg's bug arm. So here's my guess. What if he happens to lose his balance while carrying that alarm clock with his one hand? You know what I mean? I'm trusting the anonymity things on this. Igor, he wouldn't. The alarm clock, broken to shock at the time of the incident, was pointing at exactly 22:32. And at that hour, only 2 individuals were awake for the night watch duty. Guys, this is turning into like a whole investigation. Around 22, only one of the 2 individuals who were on the night duty watch duty was... Yep, Miss Faust was one of them. Huh, hey Dante, didn't you have a brief conversation with Faust that morning? Now that I think about it, back on it, I did have a talk with Faust that day, briefly. Faust made a few criticisms on my command style, and she was right, but I pretended not to hear her because I didn't have anything to retort with. Don't tell me Faust actually held a grudge against me for that. So, fellas, I don't think anyone's noticed this, but I noticed a dusting of cigarette ash near the shattered alarm clock. Why did all of this suddenly become about the alarm clock? How many people are reading each other's notes? What's happening? As you know, Manager Butt, there's only 2 among us who smoke, but one of them stayed put in his room, you know? You know what I mean? There's a witness too. Unless that witness is a cowardly liar, I'm sure she will come forward and tell everyone exactly what happened that night. I shall prove to thee that I am no cowardly weaver of lies. In truth, among numerous cosplays I wish to accomplish was the duo of Captain Scorps and One-Eyed Navigator. To explain the lore of Captain Scorps, this tale begins verily in the year 757, after a very long read. Alas, the possibility of procuring a scorpion arm proved more dubious than one should have expected. Thus, I convinced young Gregor to join forces with me to cosplay together and capture our glorious forms in photograph. Though 'twas pity he had no pipe, only a cigarette between us teeth, and young Ishmael's compass was to be Captain's trinket, and for that purpose I had briefly borrowed it for her room. Oh, woe is me, for I regrettably spilled an entire tan of tuna, another prop, and the compass was swallowed by its greasy juices. Despite my best efforts to restore it, the tony aroma lingered still. I beg I forget it, Miss Richard Esquire. Well, at least now we know who took Ishmael's compass. Frustrating. Oh, okay. Okay. That's obvious. This is Ryoshi. TC. GWNN and MDL. Is this like a code? Okay, Sinclair, you know this. Solve this. Sinclair, translation, please. Yeah, trying to parse that from written text is usually way hard. I normally try to read the speaker's tone and the general context of her words, so fortunately the plot thickens. Guys, are we actually going to try and find the culprit? Nausea bubbled inside me like I'd just been reminded of a persistent itch and managed to forget. Nah, it's like someone shoving a tuning fork in my head. Guys? Alright, that's it. Clockette, read up. I'm going to confront the sod and tell him to tell it like there's something bugging him. Like it is, as if there's something bugging him, but instead whinging in his sleep. Now, where is he? Hey, nice. Looks like this anonymous person's trying to get to the bottom of this. Dante? Fare you well. It is I, Sinner first in the order. Okay, that is literally the opposite of anonymous. Apologies are in order. Ever since the incident, I could hardly lull myself to restless sleep. In truth, it was none other than myself who pummeled your head with a clock. To explain this, one must first explore the sentence cuts off as this part of the paper has been torn off. Worry not about what exists no longer. I will then not embark on a multiloquent ascribing of excuses. I write before you in shame, and express my willingness to accept any punishment you see fit to dole out. I seek nothing but your forgiveness. I can't believe the culprit was that sinner. Good thing he fessed up, but then some feel lost about it. Not about the whole thing. What if he's just trying to take a heat? But it seems to me that the #1 sinner doesn't want to share the story any further. Maybe it's best we not dig into it unnecessarily. Oh, hello, Dante. Who haven't we heard? Who haven't we heard? Who haven't we heard? Hang on. We've heard Heathcliff twice. We haven't heard Merceau yet, have we? Why am I this? I know I'm bad at people. Why am I trying this? Only Rhodia, Ismail, Faust, and Yisang call him Dante. Is it Faust? Nope, it's Olu. I'm wrong as shit. I was taking a walk near here when I found a piece of paper with completely torn off. So I'm returning it here. Hope it finds its way to the original writer. Thus returns the #1 sinner's paper. This has to be the key to resolving this case. I hurriedly unfurled the piece of paper. The truth of what transpired. If you ever find yourself wondering if that crackling fire-like thing on the top of the manager's head is hot like real fire, or if it would not give off any heat. Curious, right? Don't worry about it, Yisang. It's not like how are we inferring all of this from that paper? Holy shit, what's on that paper? Mouth, please. It's not like we have any other way to tell other than touching it ourselves. Indeed. Unproven phenomena cannot be confirmed without the direct means of observation. They're asleep. Must be pretty tired. Indeed. The ticking noise has shrunk in volume. It seems that we have just shared a thought. What if we were to just quickly check while the manager is asleep? Perhaps the sound of phlegm sinking past my gullet makes far too much noise in this task. Yeah, well, I'm just finding out how loud my heartbeat can get. Yisang? The alarm next to the manager. It's about to go off. You have a minute at most. I shall interface with the timepiece. What is happening? How many people are involved in this? Look at you rats, playing a played out prank. And that is indeed the full tale of what hasn't transpired. Under the lens of hindsight's illumination, it would almost appear that I am making a secret accusation to a fellow of mine. It would be easier on my heart to simply assume the entire weight of culpability myself. And that's where it ends. The culprit was riding on our noses the entire time. Sorry, Dante. I should have been upfront about it, but Otis was so adamant about utterly punishing the culprit that I couldn't bring myself to, you know, can't deny that. Tell you the truth in time. To tell you another truth, I think I might have an idea as to why I've been made a student along Misty June. Must have been something that the company was expecting from me, but it's just not showing up, so they must have been making me take these classes to compensate for it. Everyone else is boldly facing their old issues and slowly overcoming them. I know one person who isn't. I know one person who fucking isn't. While I'm still here, feeling like I'm stagnating in place. They've been telling me that my time's yet to come, but I don't know. I just get the feeling that the ship might have sailed for me already. It was clear to me that Sinclair wasn't just talking about physical training or his combat prowess. It's about something that more than half the Silvers have faced and were facing at this point. About his past and the path that lies ahead. The guilt and the pressure of having failed to confront it was never going to be easy for him. I don't think anyone's got a perfect idea of how the trajectory of their life is going to be. That's why we're all on the bus, isn't it? You know, you can just shout at me to get my act together like Heathcliff does. Oh, I will, if I have to. Whatever that was, you guys managed to talk about. Huh? All I heard was that ticking noise. Sorry about that. What Dante said was, hey, don't bother. I just need a quick glance to look at your face to feel that tick-tock with my heart. Just curious in case of the alarm clock came to an end. So, what do you guys think Ryoshu was trying to say? Two culprits. Kevin Nightmares and my translator. Guy with nightly nightmares and my translator. Hang on, that doesn't fit. Hang on, hang on. Can I not go back that high? Oh, for fuck's sake! Elusive, have you screenshotted that? No, Elusive, it took him a bit. I'm pretty sure MTL was 3 words. I see. Sinclair and I sat there, absorbing the awkward silence. If I understand how this works correctly, then I want this. Oh, true, elusive, true. I am not hitting 800. Not on G. Well, 800 young would be pretty easy, I think. Oh god damn it, I was so close. I think if I had slotted it first, then I would have actually hit 800G. Finally, the 30 days of lessons were completed, and the day of the final exam was about. Hang on. What? I mean, elusive, I was kind of expecting that much. Everyone came out to bid good luck to Jazzy Chun on the way to the final exam. My lady, I have nothing but absolute faith that you will be able to complete this final exam just as excellently as you have all the others. It is most likely you will be facing against skilled foes from the Sui or the Sheath family. Of course, you will doubtlessly wipe the floor with them. I have taught you all that I know. I hereby give you permission to leave this boot camp. You got this, Sichun. Guys, you really didn't have to all come out here to see me off. It feels like it's easiest to get top Ren and kind of hardest to get top Sheep. If I had slotted in Faust twice, I would have maced it, and that kind of pisses me off. But also, oh well. Still, I have undying faith that you will emerge victorious, my lady. However, Zigong and I have also prepared about 21 alternative solutions in case things go awry. So please don't worry about yourself too much. Do you have faith in me or not? Upon our return to the classroom, we were greeted by an unexpected guest. Oh, we're fighting her. Must be very nice, busy Chun, to have so many teachers from all walks of life helping her out. It had been a while since we last saw Sui Baosha, which was during the regular assembly. What are you doing here, Big Sis Baoshai? I couldn't stop myself from paying you all a visit out of pity. If only Zichun and Baoyu both smiled on like nothing happened. Our blossoming years were being peaceful still. Big Sis, please stop talking to me like that. I didn't know you could even say such a thing. Baoyu, it has always been this way. If a fruit has fully ripened, we have to seize it and taste its juices before anyone else. We can't just let go. We can't stand emptiness. My brother couldn't. My parents couldn't. But you, who was born and raised on the very soil we were, how do you walk so softly, so lightly? I don't. My footsteps are no longer light. Every step, every sight I hold in my eyes, as the days go by, fills me with abundance. I'm only trying to accept everything as it is, without asking for more or less. But how could one do nothing but watch, when we're surrounded by such fragrance? What more do you seek, Big Sis? I want to be closer, that my hands may reach you. Have you already forgotten who had sent you that guest lecture? The June's calendar isn't headed for to the exam site, is it? No, it's not. It's headed to Big Sis Yuan Chun's exam site. Blasted scoundrels! Hasten off the palanquin before I lose track of him. Basically, that's how for even Zui Bao Chai. A trap, huh? Fellas, shouldn't we also get going? Calm yourselves for a moment. The gong swiftly came between us, clearly having taken a gauge of the situation. It has been too long since the palanquin has departed. It is better to move based on concrete evidence, not urgency. Though a beast seems to have chosen the latter. I think I heard the faint sound of hoofs coming from the direction Zigong was glancing. So this is what you've chosen? Yes. The exam sheets Jake searched for were all meaningless ones. I could have shared this earlier, but I decided to follow my own heart, as you have decided to follow yours. Bao Chai smiled sweetly. I'm not even trying to voice act anymore. Carmen has won. I have stopped voice acting. So now, what fragrance do you smell from me? I smelled nothing. Zui Bao Chao left the room wordlessly when hearing that reply. I'm kind of surprised. Blossom, Rings, and March. How many of these are there? Oh my god, you... What? What the hell? Why are these achievements so reasonable? I expected one for hitting 1,000 on every one. Not just 800. Not just getting 15. What is happening? How many achievements did I fall short on? Just 2. So, why does this get... Why are the points for just hitting the achievements 690? Why? I mean, that's nice, but why? But you know what? It's late. I'm gonna have to do the rest of this another time. Maybe figure out how to max out these. Of course it's 1,000.
Holy shit, there's no Fred. But there's still only 60 and 90 of these. Trial by belt mustard, please. You know where I haven't seen said to Hydra in a while? Cloudy. Let's go say hi to Cloudy. Cloudy is wait, hang on. Cloudy is playing Tactical Breach Wizards, and he's also a nice dude with a nice voice. Go have fun with it. I would like to thank everyone who came and watched me today. I would like to thank Valent, Elusive Aubergine Man, and Volgerfa for keeping me company today. Go have fun with Cloudy, have a nice night, and as always, don't be a stranger, because that's my job. I'll see you next time. Good night.